Greetings, 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 and salutations, one and all. Wait, I can't answer me. Oh, see me here. I'll show up. Greetings. I want to do. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is Reason with Ratigan, and your favorite hype man starting off things. You know, yours truly, Kevin Stew. I want to welcome you, and you. Everybody, welcome, welcome, welcome. Please call a friend, tell a friend, friends of your friend, friends of your enemies, enemies of your friends and your enemies too. Call up somebody, anybody, everybody who says on me, Kevin Stew. What? Right now, we're on with the rebel himself, Reason with Ratigan. So if you know somebody that not here right now, you know they need to be here because there's things for them to hear and take note of. Call them up, send them a message, smoke signal, something, anything. You know, it's all about getting connected with what is going on the rock. Those of us who are off of the rock, we're not as connected as we want to be sometimes. And so we need programs like this one and others that come out of the diaspora and come into the diaspora to share some insight to what is going on the rock. What we catch on the news or in the newspapers only give you a piece of it because there's only so much time. Funny enough, with us being on for 5 hours, there's only so much time because, like the Rebel always said, Jamaica is content rich. And with that content and that richness, there's always something there. If you look at the information that we have each and every week, you wonder, Boy, how they decide? Well, you know how they tell the story about the pastor that collect the offering and him throw it up and say, God, anything what you want, you keep. Well, it's kind of like that. So we throw up everything. I said, boy, what was it that we didn't talk about yet? And what is it that we need to address right now? Did people forget about this? If you look at all the tabs that we have for as it relates to topics that we've addressed and we need to go back to, we're running out of space. Really are. So I'm gonna have to go through and archive some of these things again and bring them up back when we're coming back to it, because we'll full up, we'll full up, we'll full up, we'll full up. And don't think that we just touch on it and it's the 9-day wonder. We keep them because we're not done. And we just keep adding to them. And there are some things that are coming up now that are related to them. Because nothing happens in a vacuum. There's some type of relation somewhere. Now, as we talk about being connected also, you see, we'll start off with the rally flyer. Want to see the flyer? Which way am I pointing? That way. Yeah. You want to see the flyer? Well, it's all about June 21st. Those of you who need to make plans to travel to Jamaica for it, it's a month away. Make your plans. Sort out your things. Make your stay arrangements. Anything that you need to get done, start it out from now. Because coming up June 21st, rain or shine, well, you don't have no sleet and we don't have no snow in Jamaica, except up in the hills of the Blue Mountain ranges and maybe down the Vale. But rain or shine, the rally, the Reconnection rally, is happening at the Randy Williams Entertainment Center in Jamaica. This is in Kingston, for those of you who don't know. Round about the upper St. Andrew parts. Yeah. But everybody know Randy Williams Entertainment Center. Do make your arrangements. It will be quite an event. You hear Jamaica's talking about it and you see the passion and the excitement because he's spearheading things down there in Jamaica. So it's coming up, Randy Williams Entertainment Center, June 21st from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Food, frolic, information, tons of information. And so make your plans. If you can't make it, get somebody who you're connected with in Jamaica to show up. Just find a way. Get somebody to represent, because it's going to happen. As we talk about that, in the same vein, those who have not signed the Magnitsky petition as yet, let me emphasize, you do not need to register in order to sign the petition. You can sign the petition anonymously. You don't have to pay to sign the petition. No. So if you are on a link that says you have to pay to sign the petition, you're on the wrong link. Sign the petition, sign the petition, sign the petition. It's on change.org. Something comes up about making a donation. That is not where you make a donation for the rally. You can make a donation to change.org if you want to. Nobody's telling you that you can't. But that is not where you make a donation or you make a contribution as it relates to the rally. Now, I changed my talk from donation to contribution for one reason. When you donate to something, it is that kind of a thing that, oh, that is happening, let me just give them my money and you keep it moving. When you're contributing, that means that you're vested. You're a part of it. You want to see what it will come out to. So you're contributing your time, you're contributing your efforts, you're contributing your finances, you're contributing because you're a part of it. The rally needs a contribution of time and manpower also. So volunteers are needed at the rally. Go on the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation website and see how you can get involved. aojldf.net. Tell everybody about it. aojldf.net. Um, Dart is saying that she needs to know if a boss will be leaving Mandeville because she has more than 30 people, more than 30 persons willing to travel from Mandeville to head there. Good question. I don't have an answer for you, Dart, but I'm pretty sure by the end of this broadcast you'll get an answer. Also, if you connect on the OJLDF website, you may be able to get some answers there. I don't know if Rebel have any other insight on that, but just as soon as he opens his mic, he'll let you know. Um, but volunteers are needed for you to contribute your time. We need the financial contributions. We need the petition signed for the um, Magnitsky petition. We need that signed also. All of these things that I'm mentioning right now are top shelf, super important things. Don't sleep on it because it's not going away. That's for sure. It's not going away. What's important and we stay on top of it. Yeah? Cool. So that takes care of that part. Today's broadcast will be chock full of more. That's all I can call it. More. And following up from the broadcast, the Saturday stew will be stirring in a different kind of a way. Stay tuned for that. We're doing a little bit of a fundraiser tonight. And again, you know, we're not asking that you empty your bank accounts. We're not asking that you empty your wallets. We're just asking that you contribute a little something. And we're giving you something back in the form of entertainment from 8 o'clock to midnight tonight. You can't go wrong when we decide to entertain you, right? So we'll touch on that a little bit more in just a few. But today you are here, and it's a blessing to see each and every one of you. Every day above ground is a good day. Every moment that we're alive to mention it is a blessing. Give thanks. Rebel, welcome to your broadcast, sir. You know, no, you're not. You might not home. No, let me check your mic because I don't know how you not hear your mic now come through. I know you hearing me. Uh, yeah, I know that. I am hearing you because the phone line's still open. Yeah, yeah. But Rebel, you're I you're on mute hearing you? Okay, I guess. Oh, let me double check this. Yeah, yeah. I'm not getting a signal from you. No, 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 no. No, everybody's hearing me. They're not hearing you, Rebel. You sure you're unmute your mic? Some sometime I have to check him in the people. No, sir. All right. So here what we're gonna do. No, no. It's all right. I know what I'm going to. And I bet you big money that we're going to hear you now.
Yeah,
All
yeah,
right,
yeah.
talk. See, people, you know what I do, you know.
Mic check, mic check.
Mike Cash and Mike Card what do around here.
Hey, listen,
That's
you
your
need
quotes.
all this, you know. Um, mic check. All right.
Yeah, live.
Hold on. Still have this thing on. Hold on there. Okay. Yeah, I think we're off now. All right,
Mm.
folks. Bless up, bless up, bless up. It's a blessing to be here. Want to thank DJ Kevin Stu for starting us off. Fine, fine, fine fashion as only he can do. And let me just say, welcome to all of you, every single one of you, for taking the time out to be with us today. You don't have to be here. We know that. And that's why we appreciate what you're doing so, so, so very much. Because there are many things you could be doing right now, but you've chosen to spend some time, whether it's full time or half time or, quarter of the time or whatever, you are here. And it tells us that you have an interest in what we're saying. And, we have our supporters out there, but we also have our naysayers, and we want to welcome them as well, because it is each one teach one. And so we're welcoming them if they want to join in the chat and make some comments. But of course, we have some serious monitors, and they do not fool around. If you come with any nonsense, then you're going to be quickly removed from the chat. So we welcome everybody. Let me just say thanks for tuning in to Reason with Rattigan, the place where we educate the people and hold government accountable. Always, always, always. Malcolm X said, education is the passport for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. So, in that vein, let's get prepared. Kevin, make a run to our hardworking producer, Joan, and see what Joan have set up for us. Let me see. There it is. First, you put up the reconnection rally, and as Kevin just played that, and we're going to play it several times throughout the program, because we need this to resonate with you, because this is so significant and it goes to the heart of what we're doing. Let me see the next slide. Oh, tonight, big night, I hear Kevin now hold back a little bit. I say we're just going to entertain, but it's more than entertain people. I want big jamboree. It's a showdown between Shaka Fame of Portland Spice TV and, of course, our own DJ Kevin Stu. You know him and you love him. So tonight from 8 o'clock till midnight, we're going to have a kind of showdown still. We're gonna have a showdown, but everybody will be winners. Everybody will be winners. Kevin will be a winner. Shaka Fame will be a winner. You, the listening audience, our supporters, and even the naysayers, you are gonna be a winner, because you're gonna enjoy this musical extravaganza. Trust me. And the people of Jamaica, the ones that we're holding this reconnection rally for, they are going to be winners as well, because you're going to make a contribution that will go towards the event in Jamaica. So everybody is a winner tonight. Winner, chicken dinner. So don't forget, we're going to end this broadcast at about 7:45. Take 15 minutes to set up, and then we're off and running. And by the way, it will be hosted by not me, the president himself. He will be here to talk up the things. And also, for those of you who have issues with the Magnitsky petition, Prezi is directly responsible for setting that whole thing up. So he's going to be here to answer your questions and walk you through. Won't take much time, but trust me, once he explains it, and he'll do so much better than I could ever, he will set you up so that once you hear from him, it's done and dusted. You'll be able to go on, sign the petition without any issues whatsoever. All right, our agenda. See it now. The gates will be open and the shenanigans exposed. Now, when we say gates, we're talking about, people our age and even younger people. They know they read about Watergate scandal in Washington, D.C. And that's where we're going with this agenda. So we said the gates will be open. The first one will be Drill Gate. And what we're going to do is we're going to show you how the diaspora, our little corner of the diaspora, how we are investigating the matter regarding the purchase and the sale of the neurosurgical drills. And I said, I put drills in well, we said drill and then add the S because we're not sure if it's one drill, two drills, five drills, but we have paperwork showing 5 drills. So we're going to show you that. And you're going to hear some things that regarding this issue that nobody else is talking about. Because we're going to be focusing on personalities involved. And we're going to show you some things that we've done recently and tell you about the things that we're going to do. And there is a distinct possibility. There is a distinct possibility. I will repeat the third time. There is a distinct possibility that people could go to prison if it turns out that these invoices that were submitted to customs are bogus. We'll get more into that. Then we're going to look at Moroccan Fertilizer-Gate. More revelations about the disappearance of this gift. And I tell you, Jamaica is a gift, is a gift that keeps on giving because Jamaica is content rich. I mean, every single Saturday, DJ Kevin Stew, producer Joan, and I, we sit down and we have a million things to talk about. And as I said last week, they laugh at me because I put up like 10 things I want to talk about, and we have this stuff. We have about 30 something tabs. We have tabs. We have so many people in Jamaica, and I'm chomping at the bit to start talking about them, but I can't because every week Jamaica gives me something that's bigger than what I wanted to talk about, and so things just get pushed back. But we'll get to them. I promise you. The third gate is water. I say water. No, we say water. Jamaican style water gate, right? Which is separate and apart, distinct from the one that took place in Washington, D.C. Want to know that? But this one is about promises, lies, and misrepresentations in 2016 and 2020. And you know where we're going with this. We're going to be looking at the manifesto, and we're going to do it subject by subject every week. This week, we're going to be focused on water issue. We're going to show you what they promised in 2016 and what they promised in 2020. And you tell us if you have received the promises, if they've been fulfilled. And we know that most of have never read the manifesto. But we've read the manifesto for you. And not only are we going to tell you, we're going to show you in the manifestos, plural, both of them, where the water issues are. Because we want you to be informed. And we want you to be educated. So that when people come around and start telling you nonsense, because this is a silly season, the season of promises. And they're going to come around and they're going to promise you things. And they are going to promise you some of the same things that they promised in 2016. But because you haven't read the manifesto, and you don't have most of us can't go back to 2016 in terms of the in terms of the political space and remember everything that was said back then. We are going to do it for you. So have your pen and your paper ready. And the last thing, which will actually be the first, is interrogation techniques. And we said we're going to open the gates, and we're going to do so with examples from South Africa, the US, and Jamaica, where we're going to be looking at politicians speak, the double speak. They don't answer the question. And let me just say, because I know he's watching, your friend, editor, Senator Marlon Morgan, he will be the representative from Jamaica. And I want you to watch and tell me, how does he stack up against the politicians in South Africa and the US? So that's what we have planned for you today. A very ambitious agenda, but if you notice, it's just 3 subject matters. But I could take one. I could take the drill gate, and I could spend the entire 5 hours talking about the drill gate, not to mention the fertilizer and water gate. But as Kevin and producer Jones, well, they laugh at me every Saturday. So I'm going to try and see if I can get all the stories in. All right? So bear with me. Panelists, hey, look who we have here. Today we're going to have Maria, Daisy Magazine, our sister. She's been off the grid for a while, but she's coming back, and she's coming back stronger than before. So she will be here in about, within the next few minutes or so, she'll be here. By 4 o'clock, she'll be here. We have Jamaica, And then, of course, Kevin, where you there, Stu, or more appropriately, DJ Kevin Stu. So, engagement norms, everybody knows them. Active, be an active listener, use your time effectively, be present. Make sure that when you make a comment, you make a comment based on facts, not fiction, not hearsay, facts. Speak and comment to contribute from a constructive standpoint. Just make sure that you don't get rude in the chat. Celebrate others' contributions. We love that. And last and certainly not least, we trust that you will enjoy the experience. You're gonna walk away learning. So that is our objective around here, for you to walk away learning something that's significant. You didn't know about it, and you walk away from the program saying, I now know. If it's even one thing, that's our objective. Producer Joan, she give me a thing here. Turn a blind eye to corruption and you lose sight in your other eye. And that's what's going on, because then both eyes will be blinded. And that is what's going on in Jamaica. I know people will say, well, that's other part of the world. Well, this program is primarily about Jamaica. We'll focus on Jamaica. Let's clean up Jamaica, then we can talk about the other parts of the world. All right? Here's another one. Every closed eye is not sleeping, and every open eye is not seeing. I want you focus on that. We're going to come back to it. For now, we're going to jump off and let me just finish this thing up, because we have so much to tell you, so much to discuss. Relax with the Rebel. That's tonight's show. You heard, we're not going to have that because we're going to have the musical extravaganza off. Easy Like Sunday with the Rebel, we won't have that because we're going to spend 4 hours playing music. So tomorrow's show, we're not going to have it. We know say, I'm not calling names, but we know, Kevin, some people upset that we're not coming tomorrow, but that's why we're forcing them to come and enjoy the music tonight. All right?
Enough people. Not some people.
Didn't hear it.
Enough people, not some people. Enough people.
I can't. Right?
You hearing me?
Oh,
Everybody else hearing me? Yeah. Enough people are go upset.
Okay. All right. There's one person, her name starts with M. You know who me at? When I call on him, Miss M, Miss M, big up yourself. All right. So, listen, come reason
all the M them in the chat will comment now,
Listen, come reason with Rattingham this past Wednesday was a blast. We had a great time. Dr. Ben came back with a force, man, and we talked about some political things and some health concerns. And we look forward to doing that again this Wednesday. Let me do some shout out and greetings now. Prayers. Up, way up the people for Papa Trevor. Marp. Hey, Marp. Remember telling you something about Marp, Several of you said to me, Marp, go and put your cross up and beat the hell out of you, because every week we hear you say, Marp, me I'll come check you, Or Marp, me sorry me never come last week. Guess what, people? I saw Marp yesterday. I spent some time with Marp. Yes, Marp, big up yourself. And I tell you what, Kevin, I walk through the door because me a man of yard, when me walk in the house there, Yeah, man. I me blow trumpet, I me roll thunder and flash lightning. So when me go, Marp come out and she see me, man, the smile and the hug where she give me, she wouldn't let me go. I know she greet me with Kevin. A bowl of red pea soup with
what?
Yeah, a bowl of no pork, no pigtail night though. A bowl of red pea soup.
Right? Red pea soup.
Yeah, and guess what? Escabeche. She have a escabeche fish to me. Yeah. And she said, my son, eat. And she me and her sit down at the table. And we talk about every subject under the sun. I say, I love the woman like life, man. I'm a second mother. She and my Margine, but yesterday and go check her. In fact, I was supposed to have lunch with her and I was late because I had to do other personal, professional matter. And although I didn't quite feel like the journey I had to go, it was one of those things that the time sensitive thing that I couldn't put off and I had to go. So I forced myself, I went. And folks, I'm telling you something. I woke up 5 o'clock Friday morning, and you're looking at somebody since 5 o'clock Friday morning who's had 2 hours of sleep. 2 hours of sleep. And the 2 hours of sleep, you know where I had them? I had them in the car in a parking lot, right? I had to force myself to sleep for 2 hours. So, but Kevin, after saying it, yeah, me know, producer Joe now that and I laugh when you hang down I know. But listen, the energy, just the anticipated energy that just have me up and running. Me a function of adrenaline right now, people, because me loving it to death and me just want to come and do the people's work and do God's work and that me want to come do. And so, as I say, wild horses could not have kept me away. Me determined that I'm going to satisfy my desire to come before my people and explain to them exactly what's going on. With all of these gates, we're opening up the gates, you know. Big up yourself, my nephew, Mr. O from East, you know who me attack. Big up yourself. Big up everybody from Moran Point to Negril Point and all points in between. Big up on yourself, big up on yourself, big up on yourself. So, Marpy, yes, Margene, Desmond, Paul, Bunny Jump, my brethren, link me up on the thing I know. Jonah Marie, the short boss, the big boss, the lovely boss. Big up yourself. Fireball, likewise. Jaranji, Fittest the artist, Dread, Mrs. Nelson, Bobby De Souza, Mr. Baxter. Mr. Baxter, I haven't heard from you in a while. And I don't know if it's me who you call or you who me call, but we need to call. Sassy Diva, thanks for checking, and I hope you're feeling better. Raleigh, out in Minneapolis, Danny Goops, who in a while, and Roland, the valiant one, all the way in the UK. Big up yourself, Roland. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, you know, we have to big up our ambassadors, them, the Monday Night Warriors, them. We have to big them up. And we have to big up OT, producer extraordinaire upon the Wednesday night shift. And of course, the young lady responsible for this program today. And every Saturday, producer Joan. Big up yourself, producer Joan. And tell that you know what, that him need to get out and get some work done and spend some time and watch the program and things like that and participate. Coming in like staying at the back, you know, I don't really like so much, but that's how the thing said. Kevin, that's all we have for the intro, you know. So unless you have something to say, then we're going to just okay, go ahead.
Well, people, you know, I hope you all have your seatbelts strapped up. Wait, I multitask here, people. Yeah, so strap up your seatbelt, grab your notebook, your chalk, your pencil, your whatever it is that you're writing with. Make your notes. Whether you're going to note the timeline on the broadcast or whatever it is, make sure. Make your key points. Ask your questions. Put your questions in the chat. You know, we'll see them. So stay on point because we'll take off right now. Rebel.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Here we go. Hold on a second. All right, now, folks. Remember, we started on this road several weeks ago and said that we have to teach our people how to listen, how to craft questions, particularly when it comes to, you know, dealing with politicians. But you can use this for just about anything. And it's like training your brain to think creatively, to think judiciously, to think and not just listen and accept. You listen and you analyze. So what we're going to do today, we're going to present some examples of how politicians are questioned and how they try to evade the questions. And it's so obvious. And that's what we need to do in Jamaica. when they answer you and you feel as if your question has not been answered, then you need to pursue the matter vigorously, forcefully until you get an answer. Let's start with the first one. This one, I think this one came out. I think this one is out of Canada.
By reducing the amount of debt to our GDP over time.
In what year will the budget be balanced?
As I've said, we think it's important to be fiscally responsible and to have a balanced approach to managing our economy. And that is exactly the approach we've taken. Happily, it's working with a high level of growth, and it's showing that we can make investments in our...
Hold on. He sound like Nigel Clark. Listen to him carefully. He sound very much like Nigel Clark. But there's one question that's been asked. When will the budget be balanced? That's the only question asked. And listen to how many times it's asked, and listen to how many times he didn't answer.
Long-term future and do it in a fiscally responsible way.
And in what year will the budget be balanced?
And as I've said, the approach that we've taken is one that has demonstrably worked. The economy is growing much faster than it was, of course, when we came into office. After the previous government left us with a
in what year will
very
the
low rate of growth.
budget be? In what year will the budget be balanced?
I would be pleased to continue to have the same response to the same question, and that is that we believe that having a balanced approach to
what about a balanced budget? When will that happen?
We will continue to make investments on behalf of the long-term future of Canadians.
You promised in 2019
working.
you'd have a balanced budget. Will you balance the budget in 2019?
We will continue to make investments that we see are appropriate to grow our economy, and happily that's working.
And when will the budget be balanced?
And we'll continue to do that in a fiscally responsible way.
Okay, so the minister doesn't know when the budget will be balanced. So I'll ask the question again. When will the budget be balanced? In what year?
As I've said, we think finding a balance is particularly important.
In what year?
The balance that we're...
One of the in the rules of orders, repetitive questions can be cut. So you can ask the question in a different way, but I'm not going to allow a series of questions on exactly the same words during this second session because we're going to run out of time. So go ahead and ask it a different way.
On what date will the budget be balanced?
As I've said, our focus is responsibly investing in our economy so we can see growth, and doing that in a way that allows us to reduce debt as a function of our economy, which is proving to be extremely successful, showing higher growth than we've seen in a decade, higher growth than the previous government experienced, job growth that hasn't been around for a decade, more families with more confidence than...
This is
Mr. Minister, we're going to try and hold you to the same time as the questioner if we could. Go ahead.
Will the budget be balanced within this decade?
Again, within the time period that we are estimating, we will actually have the lowest debt burden as a function of our GDP in 40 years.
When will we arrive at a day when the deficit is zero? In what year?
We will continue to make investments to get ourselves to a higher growth rate, which is what's been successful. And that has allowed us to be in a much better economic position than we would have been otherwise, with more Canadians being successful and a very responsible fiscal approach.
Is it possible that you just don't know? Because you've been asked about 15 times today when the budget will be balanced, and you've been incapable of providing a year, a date, or even an approximation. There's no shame, Minister, in just saying you don't know. Is that the case? Is it that you just don't know when the budget will be balanced?
What we've said is that we believe that managing our economy responsibly is important, and the accolades from organizations like the International Monetary Fund, the recognition of people like the Organization for Economic Coordination and Development are important to say that, the kind of fiscal policies we're taking, which have led to significant growth, many more jobs, and a very responsible approach to managing down our debt, is the right way to go forward. balanced way of making a difference for Canadians.
Folks, that was an extreme case, but you get what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying, that this is exactly how politicians talk.
Responsible by reducing the amount of debt to our
They don't want to answer the question. And so they and it's not a trick question. The question is, when all he has to do is just he could give a date and worry about the date a year later when they ask him and say, hey, you said last year, and then you can come up with an answer. You buy some time. He's not a good politician, but and he's typical of some of our politicians in Jamaica. Most of the politicians in Jamaica, they're not good politicians in terms of thinking clearly on their feet, coming up with answers, learning how to delay and deflect properly. They don't know how to do it. But that's one case. Here's another one.
Is that something that is taught in countries that have parliament? How to ask and how to avoid answering? I'm wondering, because it seems to be a trend. It happens in South Africa, it happens in Canada, it happens definitely that we know of in Jamaica. So we need an Indian parliament to see what goes on there.
Indian parliament, but no,
they will throw shoes at you though. But
that's Pakistan. That's Pakistan.
yes.
But we're going to show you now how they try to evade a yes or no question, because that question was kind of broad, like, when will the budget be balanced? And so you could have a wide range of answers for that. But no, I'm going to show you when they ask yes or no, where you're limited to just yes or no. It's almost like in court, where you answer yes or no, and then you justify your answer. Watch.
Memorial Day 2014, at a CVA event in Virginia, you needed to be carried out of the event for being intoxicated.
Senator, anonymous smears.
Just true or false? Very simple. Summer of 2014 in Cleveland, drunk in public with the CVA team.
Anonymous smears.
I'm just asking for true or false questions. True or false answers. An event in North Carolina, drunk in front of 3 young female staff members after you had instituted a no alcohol policy and then reversed it. True or false?
Anonymous smears.
December of 2014 at the CVA Christmas party at the Grand Hyatt at Washington, D.C., you were noticeably intoxicated and had to be carried up to your room. Is that true or false?
Anonymous smears.
Another time, a CVA staffer stated that you passed out in the back of a party bus. Is that true or false?
Anonymous smears.
In 2014, while in Louisiana on official business for CVA, did you take your staff, including young female staff members, to a strip club?
Absolutely not. Anonymous smears.
All right. Let me move him off there. Give me a second there. Where is he? Remove. All right. See, no, it's true or false. And you already said anonymous smear. He should have answered, true or false. But you see, what happened is that the politician, and actually that's a senator from Arizona. He's a former astronaut. He's married to Gabby, the politician who got shot in the head.
Yes.
Yeah. And what he was doing, he was just establishing, because he didn't play the court game with him. If that had been court, and you ask true or false, and the person said something except true or false, then you turn your attention to the judge and you said, Judge, please direct the witness to answer the question. And then the judge would say to the witness, the question is true or false. That's all we need from you, true or false. But they're not in Congress, so he's allowed to deviate. But the purpose of that was to establish a record to show that this man couldn't answer the question. He answered one where he said absolutely not, and then he went and said right after that anonymous smears. But all the others, he just said anonymous smears. Now we have the last one for you from South Africa. And this is one of my favorite, all-time favorites. This gentleman, he does his homework. He does his homework, and there's no substitute for that. You have to do your homework when you're getting ready to ask the tough questions on complex issues. You can't guess and you can't ask questions if you don't know what the answers are, especially in this kind of forum. You've seen him before. Many of you are really, well, a lot of you ask, hey, this guy come to Jamaica. And you also ask about Liam Jacobs, the other guy. And we're trying to get them not to come to Jamaica, but to come on the program. And Liam Jacobs, he already expressed an interest in coming on. We haven't heard from this gentleman. His name is Ashley Sauls, Sauls. But listen to he how he set people up, and the way he does it is because he knows the answers. He knows the answers. Listen.
Thank you very much, CEO. Honorable Souls, we don't have water this year. Your voice is raised. It's running away. We don't have water. We must borrow your water. Honorable Souls.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can I also just request, there's some pictures I've sent to the support staff, if that can be flighted later on, if I ask. I've sent it to Anele. The COO, I'm going to start with you. We only have 15 minutes, so I'm going to request that we just be short and concise so that I can be able to cover as much as I can. Do you remember the 28th of February that you stated for the record that Rihanna van der Nest, who was, the system said she was provisionally funded, and as a result she didn't re-register on the system for funding for this year, and then Kiabetswe Nkosi, whose the system status says verification. CEO, I hope you're going to be fast because you're next. Kiabetswe Nkosi, verification was the status. And can you remember that you stated for the record that you do concede that they were unfairly treated, and you will ensure that you give me the definite confirmation they will be assisted and funded? Can you remember that? You remember?
I can remember that, yes.
Please speak to the mic. So we are recording the proceedings, COO.
Yes, I remember that.
Do you stay by that assertion?
Twice.
Do you stay by that commitment?
That they will be funded.
Yes.
Yes, so I stay by it because I would want to make sure that each and every student that will process their application gets funded.
Yes, but it's different from they will be, right? Because that was the commitment that you made. So the CEO is now not here, Chair. I don't know how we...
I granted him an opportunity to go get water.
Okay.
Quickly, yeah. Are you done with the COO?
No, because this is now where the CEO had to come in. So I don't know. How do you want to?
No, let's ask the question. They will write if no one can sign, if no one can respond, then we'll write and then give it to the CEO. But let's try and move with the. I know you are.
The question is for the CEO.
Okay.
He's here. It's just he's out now, but he's here.
Yeah.
I can't be writing to him, Chair.
No, I'm saying ask. They will write and see if we've got the management, senior management. They must answer. And if they can't answer, then we'll defer it to the CEO.
Okay. CEO, did you lie to me on the record?
Yeah, I'm writing it down.
No, did you lie to me on the 28th of February on the record?
No, I did not lie.
You didn't lie?
No.
I tell you why. You referred me to the CEO, if you can remember. And the CEO said because of that provisionally funded situation, and even though the student didn't know, and it was a system issue, that she will not be funded, the one student will not be funded, and will only be funded next year. So the student, as we speak, will this year then not go to study and had to go look for a job. So it's only the CEO and yourself that can confirm what do we take for the record. CEO, the COO on the 28th of February made a commitment, and he stated for the record again, he stays by that commitment, that these students will be funded. Your response to me was that the one student will not be funded this year, and as a result, she is not going to study. She had to go and look for work so that she can start studying next year. So I was asking the CEO, did he lie to me on the record? He says no. But materially, that student.
Kevin, we can't turn up the volume. I see somebody asking if please increase the volume.
No, the volume that is on this is it.
Okay, all right.
Oh, before you play this back.
For the record.
For those of you our moderators, please let Omar Bowen remain, please, for a moment.
Yeah, we might have a conversion. Well,
if anything, I will take care of it. But
right.
Please, I ask moderators, please let him remain.
Yeah, we're on our way to our conversion, I believe, Kevin. So let him stay right. Okay, here we go.
Did the CEO lie to me?
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Source. I think when you had forwarded the complete, I tried to look for it on my phone, but I see it's gone now. So I'll just take you through the process. When you'd referred the matter to myself, I sent it straight to the ops team to try and get a response. And I would have taken the same response from the ops team after reviewing it and sent it back to you to say, I think if I remember correctly, it was that the student had missed the application cycle and should reapply in the next academic year. So that would have been the position, but I'm happy to relook at the case based on what the COO has said and to give you a final response on that.
I'll be happy if you relook at it, because I obviously take for the record what the COO has said, that they will be funded, given when we explain the situation in this very setting. So your response then is opposite than his, but I'm glad that you're making a commitment to relook at it and deal with it. Let me congratulate you on the position. So my
listen to how he's going to here. See how he started out his interview or interrogation of the CEO. Said, "Let me congratulate you," and when you hear that, you know what's coming.
Approach is not going to be for you to answer questions that you have not been part of. So we're going to use the approach of let's find solutions, you and I together in this session. But I'm also,
and when you hear them say, let you and I find solutions in this, whenever you hear that, from an adversary, watch out.
Only going to deal with stuff where you have actually participated in. Okay? So, very quickly, CEO, are you corrupt? Yes.
No.
Are you corrupted?
No.
What lens will you go to deal with corruption when we find it in NSFAS?
I think as the board would have outlined in the turnaround strategy and in the vision and mission, is that we have a zero tolerance approach to corruption. Yeah. And that where there has been instances of wrongdoing identified by internal bodies or external bodies, there must be consequence management for that, both through internal disciplinary mechanisms as well as through civil criminal cases.
I'm very happy to hear that. Does NSFAS still have 4 different versions of the same NSFAS portal?
Here we go.
The solution partners, I'm assuming you're referring to.
No, the portal, the online portal that you used. The last time we discovered that there was 4 different portals used for the accommodation thing, but it's 4 different portals provided by 4 different providers that is paid for one thing with 4 different versions of that one thing.
Yes, there's still 4 solution partners.
Do you think it's necessary to have 4 versions of one thing and paying 4 separate providers for it?
I think in the session we've responded to the fact that we don't necessarily agree with the design of the student accommodation pilot project, and that we have referred it both for a legal review, which would inform our next steps on the matter, but that the matter has also been referred to SIU for investigation.
In the last meeting, which was 28 February, the same question came up. They said by this time, between 4 and 6 months, they'll be able to have a definite answer to say that it will be scrapped or not. Are you aware of that?
Was not in that meeting, so but we can follow through. The institution must stand, so if that's the commitment it made, we can definitely give an update on that commitment.
Are you willing to scrap it? To have one version of one service rather than 4 and paying 4 different providers for it? Are you willing to scrap it?
I think, in my view, the entirety of the student accommodation project needs to be reconsidered. And NSFAS's roles and responsibilities in student accommodation need to be reconsidered.
I agree. So you are then committed to, whilst you're sorting out the problem, we can deal with the individual matters that this current process has obviously affected certain people. So we can deal with it.
Yeah.
All right, let's do that. So is it true that you have received a non-payment complaint from Stir Park Guest House?
That's correct.
Via email?
Yeah.
So we're going to talk about it because you are fully aware of it and you've engaged on the matter, right? Do you confirm that Stir Park Guest House is accredited?
Yes.
Is it true that Training Young Minds is the solution partner?
Yes.
What qualifies Training Young Minds as the solution partner?
I can't respond to that question. We didn't appoint Training Young Minds, so it was not done under my term of office.
But you can't say we didn't appoint.
Okay, NSFAS appointed Training Young Minds. We have referred the contract in question for a legal and a performance review, which will inform whether they are competent or incompetent to perform the function.
So at this point, you're assuming that there is some questionable issues there.
I'd say the entirety of the student accommodation project has questions attached to it.
Okay, so there's a possibility that Training Young Minds might not qualify to be a solution provider. That's what you're saying, for the record.
You see, I don't want to make statements that, because these are legal proceedings.
Based on our discussion, it's gone for legal review. It only goes for legal review because there's questionable issues.
Yes, so I want to say that across the board, accreditation partners, solution partners,
all right, but specifically this one. And the only reason why I'm interjecting, not out of disrespect, just because I've got 15 minutes. So for this one, it's questionable.
I have concerns about the performance of all our solution partners, yeah.
Including this one.
Including this one.
Including Training Young Minds.
Yes.
Are you aware that the inspector listed on the inspection report does not work for Training Young Minds?
No, I'm not aware.
I'm informing you that the inspector listed on the inspection report does not work for Training Young Minds. But that's the document that you have. And I can provide it for you. But we're helping each other. You knew, so we're helping each other. And you're committed to dealing with corruption.
Yeah.
All right. I'm also informing you that the inspector on the report, he's a civil engineering technician employed by Ledwaba Consulting Engineers. So what has happened here is Young Training Minds is contracted by NSFAS. Their core business has nothing to do with accommodation. They are a skills training center. They then outsource this service to Ledwaba Engineering Consultants. and then an civil engineering technician goes and does the inspection and then does a report and submits it to you, and NSFAS receives it. Now we're going to show why this is important. Dineo, who is the black female who's owning this small business, Stir Park, she has reached out to NSFAS for like 5 months. Are you aware that she has not been paid? Not a cent.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Will you pay her?
So I'll tell you the latest update I have on that matter here is that of the 52 students that are staying in her property, 26 can't be verified as registered students. We don't have registered data for them. That's a major red flag for us, which means we have to be able to investigate. So we first have to investigate those 26 students, why we don't have reg data and why they're staying in a residence where NSFAS accommodation is being claimed. Should we be able to verify the registration data for the students which are residing there, which we can confirm are NSFAS students, of course, the private landlord must be paid.
Mr. CEO, you have not responded to Dineo since the 2nd of May. Only an hour, just an hour ago, Pindile from your office sent an email with that information. And it's not 26 that's unaccounted for. Pindile says 24. Which is it for the record?
Yeah, I wanted to get an update before I got here this morning.
I'm giving you the update.
26, so it might be 26, might
it's
be
24.
But yeah, we'll accept the 24.
And Pindile from your office sent it just an hour ago today. And you haven't spoken to Dineo since 2nd May, and she's been asking for information. So 24 students is unaccounted for. 21, according to Pindile on email from your office, 21 out of that 53 students that's been living there for 6 months at this black female-owned small business, 21 has been paid directly from NSFAS for the past 5 months. She's been asking for information from NSFAS. No one has been answering her for 5 months. Today only. Now, because you're not corrupt, I'm not going to assume that there's a specific reason why she's only been answered today because we're sitting. I'm not going to assume that. But she only got response today. That you are not going to take responsibility for the students that's been paid directly and for the students that's now unaccounted for. CEO, do you agree that 53 total students has lease agreements that has been signed on the NSFAS portal?
I'll have to go back and check that. Yeah.
I can confirm that 53 students on the NSFAS portal has signed lease agreements. NSFAS hasn't told this young lady that 24 is unaccounted for and 21 has been paid directly by yourselves. Now you are saying you're not going to pay her after 5 months. This is how much she loses because of that. 432,000 rand. You're not going to pay her. Plus 378,000 rand. You're not going to pay her. But she hosted all these students. And furthermore, you refuse. NSFAS refused to tell her who the students are. Is that fair? You tell her after 5 months, it's okay, they signed lease agreements. Then you tell her, we're not going to pay you for these students. Then she asks, who are they, so that I can make sure that I deal with them. You don't want to give her information. Is that fair?
So let me say is that I don't think there's any commitment to not pay anybody who's rendered services to NSFAS here, right? And if anybody in the NSFAS team has indicated that there'll be non-payment on any particular reason, that needs to be clarified here.
Okay, so
what we need to, if you let me finish, is to say, when you come across these issues, and I've stated from the outset today that this student accommodation project has many flaws associated with it. This is but one landlord. There are thousands of them across the depth of the country which are experiencing similar issues here. And I don't want to run away from this problem. It is a problem which exists. I can only take so many landlord calls on a day, and I can respond to as many as I can. But when I respond to them, I like to give them firm information about the way forward here. And these matters have to go through a process of investigating what is transpiring. I'll come back to the point I made, is to say, if we just go ahead and pay, we could certainly, today I could go back to the office and say to the team, everybody who has submitted a claim, let's pay everyone. Yeah. If you let me finish, let's pay everyone, right? But the reality is that on the other side of that, when we are audited, we are expected to account that we went through some validation process to check that these students were there. Now, if we were to go back and investigate and say 24 students were staying on the property that did not have NSFAS accreditation but signed a lease agreement, the question is why? And when we have to answer the why.
Do you know why I'm interjecting? Just because of my time. My time is up. And the only reason why I'm interjecting is not out of disrespect, but the question is why. I agree with you. And I'm saying to you, because we're working together here, your office has told her that because they've been paying those students directly, she's not going to get that money because money has already been paid. You saying we must ask why. I am asking why. And I am saying it will be unfair for what NSFAS has done. And you're right, there's more cases like this. What NSFAS has done is wrong. This small business worked with you in good faith. You are now causing her to lose money, lose business. And as I close, Chair, I would just like the CEO to see what I'm talking about. If you would indulge me, it's just going to take 5 seconds, but we're not there. I'm not there. I haven't met these people. We have received emails. The committee's received emails. But when we went deeper into this, we found this and we're bringing it to you. And I'm hoping that she will not be only paid for 8 students out of 53. It will be wrong to a black-owned small business. And we say we want to create jobs. This is not what is happening here. But I want you to see what her place looked like when she started with NFSAS and what's happening now. Then, Chairperson, I'm done.
Analysts struggling to get the pictures there. Honorable Law, giving you extra 6 minutes.
Well,
you're going to cause problems for me with members because I've stopped there.
Chairperson, then can I make this comment?
No, they are complaining to me now.
That's fine. Can I make the comment? Just in 6 minutes. No, not just on what that place looks like. They are now using.
Honorable,
they are now not using electricity.
Yeah, let's not do that.
She can't pay electricity.
Yeah, but
they are cooking on dry stands. I'm just saying. I wanted to show that.
I understand that point, but I'm saying, let's try. We agree on the time for everybody. So let's stick to it. If we want to
Chairperson.
But it's now 6 minutes later. They are complaining that was supposed to go out at 2, and there are 2 people who are still.
Let me remove that. But you see where he's going with his questions, and you can obviously, it's clear that he's done his homework. And here we started out with the guy, are you corrupt? And the guy said, no. He says, are you corrupted? He said, no. And then he started digging into the guy saying, well, how is it that these things are happening and you're not paying this lady who owns this establishment that houses students? They were paying the students directly when they should have paid the landlord. And when the landlord went, they're like, no, we pay the students. And the landlord is saying, no, the agreement is that you should pay me, not them. So they say, well, we pay already and we're not paying. So, but that's quite interesting. I'm going to show you now. I said, he's one of my favorites. Here is my favorite. Here is my favorite.
5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Gonzalez, you're the CEO of AbbVie, which makes the cancer drug Imbruvica. Do you know what the annual price of Imbruvica was for a patient taking the standard 3 pills per day in 2013?
$130,000.
Okay, we had 99,700.
See how expensive? 3 pills, 100 and something $1,000. Right.
166. What about today for those same 3 pills?
I think it's 169,000.
We have 181, but we can agree that there was a significant increase. Roughly, in a matter of 8 years, AbbVie more than doubled the price. Now, Mr. Gonzalez, how much money did AbbVie put directly into the research and development costs of Imbruvica before it hit the market in 2013?
We acquired Imbruvica when it was launched, so it would have been the company that we acquired. Which
So
we acquired
reclaiming my time, so AbbVie itself didn't spend any money to create Imbruvica. It was invented by a smaller company, Pharmacyclics, which you later acquired, correct?
We paid $21 billion for the company, correct?
It was expensive to acquire them. So you paid fair market value for Pharmacyclics, but AbbVie then doubled the price, presumably justified by its $2.45 billion investment in R&D. Are there fewer side effects for patients now than there were in 2013?
Well, we developed significant indications and expansions and other disease states.
Are there
for
fewer
Imbruvica.
side effects, sir?
No, it has the same side effect profile.
Okay. Mr. Gonzalez, do people need less of this medicine, Imbruvica, to treat lymphoma now?
No.
So AbbVie took zero risk to develop this drug. You bought it approved for the market, knowing it would be profitable. You hiked the price to pay for R&D, but you haven't made the drug any better, even as you doubled the cost. I wrote an entire report on what is essentially the Imbruvica story. Big Pharma gobbles up a small innovative company, does nothing to improve the drug, but jacks up the price. Now, you told us that you spent $2.54 billion for R&D for Imbruvica, even though the drug didn't get any better. Really, it was all for these innovations and indications, which are designed to keep competitors off the market and find new sales opportunities. So I want to look at what other money AbbVie spends doing its business. You filed 165 patents for Imbruvica. You filed patents for Humira, other drugs to keep competitors off the market. How much did you spend on litigation and settlements from 2013 to 2018?
Congresswoman, let me correct one thing that I think you just said. And it is not true that we didn't invest in additional indications and additional diseases. As an example, we received approval after the development work of graft versus host disease.
Reclaiming my time. Mr. Gonzalez, how much did AbbVie spend on litigation and settlements from 2013 to 2018?
I don't have that number offhand. We'll be happy to give it to you.
Okay, $1.6 billion, $2.45 billion on R&D, $1.6 billion in litigation and settlements. What about marketing and advertising? How much does AbbVie spend on that?
Well, marketing and advertising, we spend about $4 billion a year.
Yep, 4.71 billion. How about executive compensation, 2013 to 2018?
2013 to 2018, it's probably on average about $60 million a year.
Try 334 on for size. Now, how much did AbbVie spend on stock buybacks and stock buybacks and dividends to enrich your shareholders from 2013 to 2018?
Well, stock buybacks, if you actually look at just pure stock buybacks, it would be about $13 billion.
Stock buybacks and dividends is the question, sir.
Dividends, and have to come back with a number for that over that period of time.
$50 billion. So, Mr. Gonzalez, you're spending all this money to make sure you make money rather than spending money to invest in, develop drugs, and help patients with affordable life-saving drugs. You lie to patients when you charge them twice as much for an unimproved drug, and then you lie to policymakers when you tell us that R&D justifies those price increases. The big pharma fairy tale is one of groundbreaking R&D that justifies astronomical prices. But the pharma reality is that you spend most of your company's money making money for yourself and your shareholders. And the fact that you're not honest about this with patients and with policymakers, that you're feeding us lies, that we must pay astronomical prices to get innovative treatments is false. The American people, the patients, deserve so much better. I yield back.
Mic drop. She dropped the mic on him. See, people, this is what happens when you're prepared and you ask the right questions. Remember the number one rule: you don't ask questions that don't know the answer to, especially when you're talking to these people. And now we're going to give you the Jamaican version. We're going to ask a question and we're going to show you that the person doesn't know the answer, similar to what's going on here. And listen to the answer. They're going to take you over oi, round the primrose bush, down the path, still can't answer the question. Here is the Jamaican contribution to this episode of Interviewing and Interrogation Techniques.
The government said that is going to solve the water problem in Jamaica. And it went on later on to say that they are building desalination plants on the coast and they're upgrading the desalination plant that they have at Moses Park. Now, Mr. Senator, please give us a status report on those desalination plants.
Thank you very much.
Wilfred Rattigan.
You hear the question? Please give us a status report on the desalination plants. The ones that they said in their manifesto that they were going to build on the coast, and the upgrade and expansion of the one that's existing at Moses Lake or Moses Park. Listen to the answer.
Appreciate.
Go ahead, Marlon. Yes. You have 90 seconds.
As Wilfred Rattigan will appreciate, we have respective portfolio ministers in relation to specific aspects of government. And those persons are persons from a programmatic standpoint and in terms of latest updates are well placed so to provide. But separate and apart from that, what I can say on the platform this morning is that in relation to both potable water and irrigation water, there's considerable heavy lifting relative to any other administration in the history of this country that has been done by this Andrones-led Jamaica Labour Party government. The facts are there. You will see from time to time new water systems being commissioned. Up in Southeast St. Mary, where Norman Dunn is Member of Parliament, you had the Gibbs Hill water system. Up in Bobby Montague's constituency, the most recent water system was commissioned a few Fridays ago, that one that was a subject of some controversy. So all across Jamaica, a lot of the mischief that has existed in terms of the unreliable supply of water over many years have been resolved by this government, not least to do with the laying of new pipes. It is the case that the PNP former government put down pipes and didn't even connect the pipes. It is the JLP and Andrones that have harnessed water from the Rio Cobre and bringing it into the Kingston metropolitan area to increase the reliability and enhance the reliability of water supply. There's the Negril project that is going on, seeking to build out water supply from the Martha Brae to the western end of the island, because we recognize that the people in Western Jamaica, Hanover and Westmoreland, those who have been long served by the PNP but neglected and treated by the PNP, are being served in terms of water.
Thank you, Senator.
And not such an irrigation
hold on. No, gentlemen, hold on.
One second.
Hold on, gentlemen.
One second. I must say this. I must say that for somebody who said it's not, they are programmatic, it's programmatic, and you have other people talk about water.
You have a million programs in government, sir.
But the one thing the Senator didn't speak about was the desalination plants. That's the question I asked.
About desalination.
Oh, all right, so desalination, just for the benefit of the listeners, Colin, that's 30 seconds, has to do with harnessing water that has some degree of salt components in it. It's a very costly.
He's trying to describe a desalination plant. I didn't ask him to describe the desalination plant. I asked him to give us a status report on the desalination plants that they said they were going to build on the coastline, and also the existing desalination plant at Moses Lake. That's what I asked. And now he's trying to tell you what a desalination plant. That's not the question I asked. More on him.
An expensive proposition. I am not aware as to whether the government has elected to defer some of those mechanisms in relation to desalination, having regard to cost considerations, and have elected to build.
Now listen carefully to what my dear friend, my brother Jeffrey Tavares is going to ask him.
Capacity in harnessing fresh water. And
have you read the manifesto of your party?
Have you read the manifesto? The manifesto, Jeffrey, was edited by me. Yes?
The manifesto was edited by me. And so, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, children of all ages, because this is a family presentation. a family program. The manifesto was edited by him. And we're talking about water. And so I'm just so happy that our producer Joan and DJ Kevin Steele guided me to this part of the program where they said, use this to segue to water issues. Remember the second thing that we said we're going, the Watergate, or the third one, Watergate, not Watergate, Watergate. And you hear him talk about all of the water issues. So now we're going to use his statement talking about water and the fact that he edited the manifesto. I remember last week we showed you all kinds of editorial issues, editing issues with the manifesto, and show that this gentleman can't even edit my son's homework. We show you that. And no disrespect to him, but it is a fact, because we show you that he even created words in the manifesto that when we look in the dictionary, we can't find that word. And if you remember last week, I asked Kevin, and I asked, who else was it? I asked
pronounced it for you.
Who?
I had pronounced it for you.
Pronounce it. It was Marcus. Was it Marcus? Yeah,
Marcus.
Pronounce the word, because we can't find it in the dictionary. We don't know if maybe it's a foreign word, but not in the English dictionary. But the entire manifesto is written in English, so that's why we chose to go that route. But the senator can't edit my son's homework. The senator is an educated fool, and I say that with the greatest respect, but informed facts, well-established facts. He's an educated fool. Now, he mentioned water. So here what we're going to do now. We are going to touch the water issue in Jamaica. And to do so, we have some videos. Big up yourself, Kevin Steele. Big up yourself, producer Joan. Let me find them. Water issues. What am the Kevin? Oh, here's one. And then let me just remove this, ladies and gentlemen, remove something so we have more room, because we have so many videos stuck up right here. And Kevin just did it. I watch me. You see him now help me. Oh, Sita. You know him. No, when I remember. You remember this?
What more you want to do? But teach you. What more you want to do?
No, all good. But here, remember now, for those of you just joining us, remember we asked the senator about the desalination plants, a status report. He chose, first him said that we have portfolio people responsible for that. And then he went on to talk a whole heap of things about water. And then our friend Jeffrey Tavares asked, have you read the manifesto? And he said he edited the manifesto. So we're going to look at the manifesto at water issues. So we're going to deal with water issues today out of the manifesto. We're not even going to the conference speeches and the sectoral debates. We'll do that another time, because time is at a premium today. You remember this, ladies and gentlemen.
This is only shower labor right. Shower. Look. Shower in a gyro for labor. Right. Shower labor right. Shower labor right. They left the shower. Could they? Shower labor right. In every community. Shower. Shower labor. Shower labor right. Hello, water truck. Shower labor right. Shower. We are getting shower. Mr. Powell, thank you very much. Shower labor right. Look, a 5 of them we get shower labor. Mr. J.C. Hutchinson, thank you. Shower labor. Shower labor right. I don't know. Shower. We get water, I want it. The truck can't go up off the way, but I'm glad for water, because watch me have prosperity if you can go on the yard. Yes, man, prosperity will take its time and bring the 5 barrel little by little to me home. Because remember, if you come way long about time, that's how we are in a problem. You know, big up on yourself and the MP. Big up. And thanks, shower labor.
No. For all we know, that water coming out is contaminated. For all we know, it's contaminated because there was a report that some of these water trucks, prior to delivering water, they were delivering something else that is not water.
They used to be cesspool trucks.
Yes. But let's even say that this is not a cesspool truck. She's very happy because she gets water. Here's another video that shows a different perspective.
We there red ground now, and we are stand up for water. This is how the pit them for your bed with. One gallon of water for your bed, 2 pitney. 1 gallon of water. Imagine this for your bed, 2 pitney. This is how I go on the red ground right now. See it here? This is how the people deprive of. 1 gallon of water for bed, 2 pitney in a red ground. We're tired of this. Water is life, and we can't waste it.
All right. So, folks, what I just done say, it's a 2 perspective, and you think they're different. But here's how they're similar. Them never get no water before now. One of them not get no water at all, and one just get water. So before now, both of them were in the same position, no water. And you said to yourself, did somebody promise them water? It's 2025. Did somebody promise them water? Now, before we bring up the manifesto, because remember now, we're going through the manifestos, plural, 2, 2016, 2020. And we know that our editor senator is watching. So we're going to show him now. And for all that, what's the name of the gentleman again? Omar Bowen, Mark, who was in the chat and said that we have said bad things about Andrew. Go ahead, Kevin.
Hold on. So Paul James. I know this PAINP that you put in there. You making reference to the People's National Party. And that's fine. That's good and well. But when you say that they are so negative about good things, question 1, are you referring to this broadcast? And question 2, what good things were either this broadcast or the PNP being so negative about? If you would please answer. And as a matter of fact, I'll go as far as to say my number is 773-789-7839. So you can call that number. Make it put on the screen for you. You can call this number and we can bring you into this broadcast, and then you can say what these good things are that you're referring to, or how it is that the PNP making good things make look bad. Whichever way it was that you had put it, you can correct me, please, and thanks. Truly appreciate it.
Okay. And also, what I'd like Paul and Omar Bowen Mark to know is that in terms of what the government has done in a successful manner, there is an entity that's reporting that. In addition to the ministers and the government and the supporters, it's called JIS. You show me one report from the JIS criticizing the government, saying you didn't do this properly. You show me one. So if you talk about balance, somebody has to be there to say, yes, you promised 10 things, and yes, you did 2. But what about the other 8? What about the other 8? I just saw, we just lost our sister, Marie. If she would come back in. She was just here a while ago, but we just lost her. So that is what we're
in the midst of it. I am reading it like he's saying that he's referring to this broadcast or the members of the panel on this broadcast as being PNP. So we basically saying that we're politically motivated or affiliated. Let me state it. If Rebel don't state it, I will state it. At the background of both of us, there's this big old flag. I don't know if you recognize it. It is black, green, and gold. It's a Jamaica flag, not a green. As a matter of fact, there's no orange in it. So if you're going to call and say that we're affiliated with anything, it should be the green that is in the flag, right? But you're not. So I don't know what your justification is, or anybody else, Omar, Paul, anybody else that waiting for their moment. This is not politically motivated. This is people motivated. And the people that we're talking about being affected are the people of Jamaica. So if you don't have a problem with the people being affected negatively, then you have a problem.
And also, yes, and also what we're going to do now is, you say that we're negative about the JLP. We're going to show you what the JLP said about the JLP and its responsibility to the people. So now you're not going to hear from myself or Kevin saying, well, we believe this is what they did and somebody told us this is what they said and we don't believe it. We're going to give you their words in writing. And in fact, Kevin,
and edited.
Yeah, and edited. And yes, big up yourself. Daisy, we are bringing on Daisy right now. We're going to nice up the pattern now. No, the stew are going to really, no, the stew are going to really make. But what we're going to do, we're going to show you that it's what they said and what they did or what they didn't do. And now I want you to tell me, say, is Kevin Stew, it's Rattigan, it's Maria. I want you to tell us that is we do it, is we involved, is we put this on paper. I want you to tell us that, right? At the backdrop, the lady just get some barrels of water, 2025. And another group of people saying that them don't have enough water. And we're going to show you that the Jamaica Labour Party, the present government, promised water in 2016. Promised water in 2020. And the point I was about to make was that this morning, we were assembling all of the material. I said to DJ Kevin Stew and I said to producer Joan, let me go and look at some of the conference speeches about water. Let me look at the sectorial debates about water. Let me look at some of the press conferences about water. Let me look at some of the water policies. And them start cuss me out. Because them say, you won't have enough time to do all of that. To put all that, because them say, that would be a 5-hour program and just water alone. So them say, just do the manifesto today. And I agreed with them. Just do the manifesto today. Come back another time and show the conference speeches and you reference the manifesto. So without further ado, let me bring on this lovely, lovely young lady, my sister. Talk up the things loud, without fear, friendship, favor, or ill will, because the truth now have no friend. The truth now have no friend. The truth just come out, and you either associate with it or you don't. And she not care. I just pure truth that come out of your mouth. You know what? Without further ado, my sister Maria. Welcome, sis.
Thank you, brother. Thank you so much. Kevin, me know it. It's good to see Rattigan and good to see Kevin and everybody chat.
Love Maria.
And a great Memorial Weekend. Make it a safe one. Whether you're barbecuing or you're not barbecuing, you just stay around for the weekend. Make it a great one. But I've been watching the program, and I've been watching from when you're doing the pros, how tools about interviewing, especially politicians and persons in public office. And it's not that it cannot be done in Jamaica. The people are there. They have the skill set to do it. Many have chosen not to, and those who try to, they get they're browbeated, they're cowed down. So they just take a nonchalant attitude and approach towards how they ask questions of the leaders and of the people in the public space. But I hope the persons who are watching look at it and get something from it to say, there has to be a new way to get things done, because it cannot be business as usual in Jamaica. And you talk about the lady with the barrels of water. It's a shame that they've resorted to giving water in barrels because those barrels are not safe, because when they're out in that sun for a long period of time, it activates the chemicals used to make the barrels, and then it turns around and contaminates the water. So it should not be for any long-term use. That is just something that is there for, you know, when stuff happens. You know what I'm saying? But it should not be for long. It should not be a permanent solution to the water crisis because it is going to create other health issues, and you don't have a health sector to deal with it. So it's rather unfortunate that the approach to dealing with water problem in Jamaica is to get these drums. And the sooner people realize that it is a problem for their health, then they'll stop taking them and they'll say to their representatives, we need the water in the pipes, because you don't see those drums anywhere in uptown or in any rich neighborhood in any parish in Jamaica. They're mostly in the poorer neighborhoods. So it is something that they have to start looking into and pay serious attention to the health effects of having those barrels holding water for an extended period of time and using it as a permanent solution to the water crisis, because that's not a permanent solution. Water must run in the pipe. And Jamaica is a land of wood and water. Would they have water not? That makes no sense. But as Rattigan commented was last night, I said we want to talk about the drill situation going on in Jamaica. And when I stopped to think about it, what I've come to understand and come to realize is that everything in Jamaica is 9-day talk, It is these conversations are kept alive in the social media space. Everybody else, the local media, the churches, civic bodies, private sector, it's 9-day talk. And the politicians have not been held accountable for egregious acts through the years. So it's just one thing after the next. So we're just waiting for the next shoe to drop. And then say, oh, what is it? And they would say, okay, next, moving right along. That's what it has become, because when you look at the Prime Minister's the 300% salary increase that they got, this is kept alive in the public, in the social media space. They talk about it, but there's no outcry to say this is unacceptable. The budget cannot carry the weight of these people's salaries. Okay, when we look at the Prime Minister with his 28 bank account, where is the uproar to make sure this man is not on the ballot? He shouldn't be on the ballot. There are 7 other persons who are under investigation. If their names are not made public, they should not be on the ballot. And they know who they are. They know themselves. They shouldn't be on the ballot either. So you have a system where they're being taken for granted. And the politicians know that, they might also talk about this for 9 days and it's going to be over. They don't care. So they do it all the time, knowing full well that no one outside of the social media space is holding them accountable. So it's for them, it's business as usual. Nobody cares. So they do whatever they want, whenever they want, however they want, to whomever they want, because there's no serious accountability. I guess the courts are trying to do their best to, especially with holding the constitutional aspect of dealing with things, where we saw the other day that the SOEs were unconstitutional. The courts are doing that. But where are the civic bodies that have the real power? And I used to say at one point, why don't the Jamaican people, protest and all that? But they are fearful of the government that might hunt them down. The police is now shooting them down and saying, oh, they're criminals. How many days are gone in the year and over 130 Jamaicans have been killed by the police? Where is the outrage? So if the persons who have the backbone to stand up to the political class and say this is unacceptable, like the PSOJ has that power because they have the money, so they have the talk. Why are they not standing up to this administration? The churches have the power. The council, Jamaica Council of Churches, they have the power. Why have they not been standing up to the political class, to the government? You know, the civic organizations, they too have the power. Why are they not standing up to the political class? The administration has been just running amok on the Jamaican people and nobody seems to care. The media has the power. Because just the other day there was an article about the with concern, expressing concern for the lack of the press freedom in Jamaica. That has never been the issue. The press in Jamaica has always been free to express themselves, to report on any issue from any political party. We have never had a time when the press is under this kind of um, cloud of fear because of a government, you know. So there are so many issues to address. There's not many hours in the day to address them, but we do what we can in the hope that people will take a little piece, just a little nugget of what we say on these platforms and use it to empower, edify, and educate themselves as well as the persons in their circle to be better voters. Because it's not about the personality, it's about policies. And if the policies is only to give you a drum with water, they are killing you off. And if the policy is only to, well, the Prime Minister says, we don't want to kill you. If that is his policy, then you need to vote him out, because that cannot be a policy from a government when it is addressing issues, social issues in a country. So I am here to share my thoughts, and I thank you again. And it's good. I know I won't be able to stay long, but you know I'll be able to
Sis,
make my contribution.
you're going to have to stay for, you're going to have, no matter how long it's, you're going to have to stay for the drill, because I'm telling
Yes,
you,
yeah.
you have to stay for the drill. No, a dear friend of mine, very, very dear friend of mine, said, Rattigan, yeah, wear stripes, and the stripes indicate prison term. Are you sending a message? So when you say the drill piece, you will understand. You will understand, my
Love
dear
it.
friend.
I love it.
But here we go, people. And remember, no, we know this is what the government promised in 2016, because we don't read the manifesto. As a population, we don't read it. But there are those among us who say we're going to hold government accountable, and we're going to read everything that they put out, and we're going to provide it to the people to say, this is what you were promised. So when you jump up and down and carry on in a 2025 for 5 drums of water, we want you to know that this was promised to you back in 2016. That is what we want you to do. Here we go. And we might have to run through this, but here we go, people. See that? Manifesto 2016. The first thing we're going to do, and Kevin are going to help me write us now, because I don't want to mess up. We are going to page 7, right, Kevin?
Yes.
All right, here we go. Page 7. Or better yet, Kevin, you can just put it in. All right, here we go. Hold on. Oh, by the way, let me big this up. I just want to show you something. You see what he said right there when we circle? Him say all of the things that we are going to know within the next 5 years we're going to give us. So that means that 2021 we're supposed to get all of the things we might talk about, except where him say we can't get it done in, it's going to be 10 years or something like that. Except for that, it's 5 years and not get it. All right. Now we go to the first water thing. Wait, Kevin. All right, so that's rainwater. We go down to 7. Hold on. Okay, that's Prime Minister talking about water. All right, here we go. Here we go, folks. 2016. See that? We will fix in the next 5 years. We will fix Jamaica infrastructure. See that? We will make strategic capital investments in water. And if you notice, it's about 3 weeks ago we hear editor come on and start talk about say they make significant financial commitments in water over the western part of the island and up in St. Mary. But this was promised in 2016. Here it said Jamaica is not short of water. This government He's talking about the PNP government does not know how to manage it. Remember, Jamaica no short of water, land of wood and water. And he said the investment in water will reduce the impact of drought on the economy and will boost agriculture and housing. So that's one of the first promises with water. There it is, right there. Here's the next one coming up. We can skip that. He's talking about the waterfront, talking about water and energy and housing. Okay, here's another one. In the case of water catchment and storage, for example, our plans for promoting water harvesting mean that people will be employed to install the gutters on roofs and prepare catchment tanks. How many of you are involved in that? Please tell me how many of you, 2016, I want you to tell me how many of you are involved now installing gutters on roofs. How many of you are doing this as a job and preparing catchment tanks? How many? Because I'm talking about the number of jobs. We're going to get jobs in abundance because of this. Let's move on. Talk about water right there again. Talk about water again. There it is. Water will lead to more jobs. Okay. Here it is right here. To reduce the strain on water supply, each house must harvest its rainwater. Each house. So even if you get water through the pipe, he's saying you must harvest your rainwater. Right? So you must have a backup plan. And this requires gutters, barrels, or tanks and proper filtration to be installed. Hands-on work that can be done with a little training. How many of you are involved in the water sector in terms of putting up these, putting in filtration, putting up gutters? How many of you? It might get better or worse depending on how you feel about it. He said, he's telling you now that when they start doing this, by the third year, homeowners would have seen significant reduction in their consumption from the main supply and would spend less to purchase water. So he's saying those of you already spending money to buy water, you won't spend as much money because you're going to be fine with the catchment initiatives that we have for you. There's water and heater, water again. You see how many time and put up water. All right, here's a section no. It's called water. It's called water. Here we go. Water is life. That is so true, Mr. Prime Minister. And look at this now, folks. Look at it right there. 2016, he said, we will invest in increased water production by doing what? Building new water treatment plants, deep water drilling in the hills, and bringing water from the north coast where it is abundant to the south coast where the larger part of our population resides. Tell me if this is going on, people, at least on the scale that he's mentioning it. Tell me if this is going on. Then they say they're going to reduce non-revenue water by 30%. They're going to fix old leaking pipes, and which will generate more water to be purchased, which increase revenues. Tell me if these things are going on. There it is. So where the green is, let me put it up so that you can see it. Right there, the top sentence. It says, we're going to increase the percentage of rural homes with access to potable water from 60% to 85%. That lady know who got the barrel. Ask her if she in that 60 to 85 going back to 2016. Show her labor right. Show her labor right. Ask her if she was, ask her if the labor right government was showering her in 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Ask her. Ask her. Right? So they're going, look at this one right here. They're going to put drip irrigation to conserve water. I don't even know if they put the water commission on the stock exchange. I have to go back and check that. But here it is. Encourage rainwater harvesting in rural drought-prone areas. Why didn't they encourage? Is this how you encourage this lady to give her 5 barrels after 9 years? Is that how you encourage her to harvest water? Hold on, man. We'll get better. Hold on. Reforesting. All right. All right, folks, I want you to pay special attention to this. I want you to pay special attention to this. Big this up. All right, you see that sentence? It says, there are countless establishments island-wide full of end-of-life electronic equipment. What's worse, without a viable place to send these items, many would already have ended up in our landfills where they risk contaminating the soil and water. Now he's talking about electronics, radio parts and all of this stuff. And he's saying, we put it in the landfill, it's going to risk contaminating the soil and water. Ask him, what about the medical waste? The amputated parts, body parts, that we have heard that they're bearing, and we're waiting for an answer. Go ahead, see you chomping at the bit.
So, Mr. Rattigan, you're talking about some words that were said, written, presented in 2015, 2016. The medical issue that they're experiencing now was not foreseen. So here we are in 2025 with a medical disposal issue. You can't go back to 2016 talking about things seeping into the water, because they've done things since then to make sure that that doesn't happen.
My dear sir, they're saying here that electronic equipment, parts, will possibly, if buried in landfills, risk contaminating the soil and water. And I'm giving you an example now of chopped off limbs and medical waste, biohazard waste. From what we have heard, those things are buried. They no longer completely go into the furnace. If that is true, don't you think that would be a greater risk to contaminating the soil and the water supply?
Well, yes. But where is our proof that that is what they're doing? Do we have that proof? Do we have that proof, or is it what we have heard?
What we have heard, and we've asked them to confirm or deny. Very simple. We've said, is this true? And they haven't responded.
Right.
No, that's not true. They did respond only after we went to the entire cabinet and said, listen, we heard that this is going on. Can you please encourage Minister Tufton to come out with a statement? Then we heard from them and they said, we're looking into it. How much looking into? And to date, we haven't heard anything. We haven't heard anything. They're still looking into it. So I digress a little bit from water, strictly water, but just to show you about the risk, the possible risk of water contamination because of the alleged burial of medical waste. We're waiting for the government to come out and let us know whether or not this is true. And it's been weeks now, and we haven't heard. So you can deduce from that what you want to deduce from that. Because it would have been a simple matter to say, oh no, all our furnaces are working, all medical waste, biohazard waste, everything's been taken care of properly. And in fact, our dear friend Fireman, Conrad O'Brien on 93 FM Straight Talk, ask the editor, Senator Morgan, about this particular issue. And you know what he said, Kevin? He asked him, he said, Mr. Rattigan has asked the government, and the government came back and said, we're looking into it. Is that an acceptable response? And you know what the senator said? He said, it is the policy of the government to dispose of waste in an acceptable manner. Words to that effect. I'm paraphrasing. He didn't answer the question. He didn't answer the question.
He said more, but we'll go with that.
Yeah, we'll go with that for now. Move on about the water again. All right. Here, that's ecotourism that they said they're going to develop water features. Here it is now. All of you farmers out there, here it is. Investment in irrigation water and rainwater harvesting, right? Here it is. I want you to look at this sentence right here. The sentence that says, we will promote the creation of ponds, catchment areas, and micro dams and create better incentives for households to harvest rainwater. I want the government to tell me how many micro dams it's built since 2016. How many ponds that's built since 2016. How many catchment areas that's built since 2016. And when they start giving me this, when they start telling me that we've done it, I want them to tell me when.
I want to know what incentives they've put in place to harvest rainwater.
My people are sent it. There's no incentive for them. Them have to depend on the clouds. Depend on the cloud, and then them have one little thing, with them manufacture for send it in a concrete pool. So you're right. Where are the incentives that were promised to people like my people them? Where are those incentives?
But here's the thing, Rattigan. Remember now that Andrew Holness, when he, I think was it in 2016 when he was making that big speech, and he said he warned about voting for politicians, and when you vote for them, they throw poison on you, and every accusation from them is a confession. Because just going back to the lady with the 5 drums of water, is she supposed to supply water to her neighborhood, or is it just for her? Because it reminds me of the lady with the donkey. You give a donkey to one person, it benefits one person.
Lady, Maria, it's a same lady. You know, here she said prosperity didn't carry the water up.
You know something? Yes, I forgot. That was the same lady. But here is my question though. She got a donkey, and now she got 5 drums for water. What about her community?
But she still not getting a road.
That's what that's exactly my point. So if she cleared for her neighbors, don't you think she'd be more lobbying the government to give them roads so all of her neighbors can benefit? She has 5 drums of water, she has her donkey, and she doesn't care about it. So is the prime minister only the prime minister for this one lady? Because none of this makes any sense. You know, they went to, I don't know which parish they went to, and they had turned on some pipe, and then when they left, they took the pipe and everything with them. There was no water after that.
They didn't take it with them. They left, and then the water commission came and got it. So they didn't take it with them.
But hold on, Kevin. They took it because if they left it, it would have stayed there. So it is all performative. It is all performative, and they do not see anything better. They don't want anything better for the Jamaican people. If you listen to how they speak, you can tell that they really don't care. All they care about is just give me a vote. Give me a vote. Whatever I want to do with you, I'm going to do with you, and you should have no say. After you give me a vote, don't ask me any questions. That's basically how this government has been operating. And anybody who says that is not so is sleeping. Is sleeping, or they're just plain disingenuous. It is so unfortunate that it has come to this, where you have a government so uncaring, and the only persons you see benefiting are those who sit at the top. It is sad, and people who are advocating for stuff must stop being selfish and advocating for themselves alone. Stop asking for a donkey and a cow and a drum of water. Advocate for your neighbors because you want better schools. But Kevin just asked, what are the incentives he has given, put in place to help with, persons to do what he has been asking, and he said in the manifesto. But here's the
Rainwater.
thing: harvest rainwater. But here's the thing: he says, you listen. This is the prime minister now. You listen to the way he speaks. What incentives has he put in place to help young people not gravitate towards criminal behavior? How many schools has he built? You know what I'm saying? Where are the jobs for young people coming out of college, coming out of training institutions? Where are the jobs for those young people? That is not minimum wage jobs. So what has he put in place to really make it attractive and to encourage young people to go into the direction of following their passion, following that which they study, going after that job? Everything is menial. They say, we have jobs. Where are the jobs? In the food and beverage, in food services. We cannot be serious about running a country like that. So how can they get water when you have a prime minister who only talks about giving you water, but he only gives a woman 5, he gives one person 5 drums? It makes no sense. And then when you say something, you hear that you're trying to bring the government down. And as it relates to Senator Morgan, he hides behind big words because he doesn't believe that the people listening to him are educated enough, and not only academically educated but street smart, to figure out that what he's saying is just a bunch of bull. He hide behind, he comes on and he talks all these makes all these fancy speeches, and it sounds good. And you say, yes, man, he's smart, but he's an educated ass. He's really an educated ass. Because they like they say, keep it simple, stupid.
Yes, but I'd be so bold, Maria, to say that he is not hiding behind the big word. Anyone that arrogant and puffed up is not hiding. He's very much standing up proudly behind those big words. What he's not doing is stepping up and calling what it is. It is. Let's say it right out, and he stands a better chance of representing the party that he is supposed to be representing, honestly, by saying, listen, people, we've been trying. We said you're supposed to get this, but we've been trying. And because of whatever, we haven't been able to do like we said. But we're doing it. We're trying. Look at this. This is evidence of us trying. No. That's not.
And that is the thing. You're so right, Kevin. If they were just honest, because what they are saying and the reality that the people are living are two different things. So their opinion of the Jamaicans' reality has nothing to do with really what is happening on the ground. It is just their opinion and how they feel and think that things are happening, when in reality it is nothing could be further from the truth. And the incompetence is showing at every level. It's just pure incompetent people the man has in the administration. So much so he take on 19 ministries unto himself. Such is the level of incompetence.
Well,
and it cannot be.
Prowess, though. It might be incompetence on one side, but every kind of two sides, right? So he's saying he's not speaking of the incompetence, but he's definitely speaking of his prowess. I can manage these. I am a strong leader, so vote for me. If that is his campaign, then that's a brilliant campaign. He has set it up brilliantly. The problem is...
But the truth is, a strong leader knows how to delegate. A strong leader knows how to manage, not micromanage. A strong leader knows that when he delegates, he doesn't have to go behind the person to ask them what it is they're doing. When you see the Prime Minister out in the field with police officers and they're saying, yes, Mr. You're so honorable, Dr. the Honorable Prime Minister, crime is coming. That's not the duty of the Prime Minister. But he doesn't believe in the competence of his own ministers. So he has to be out there, and he thinks it's a good look for people to, as you say, oh yes, look at, he's doing the work. No, you're not doing the work. You're micromanaging. You don't have any faith in your team. So why did you put them together? So you might as well give it to somebody who has the skill set to do the job, and by God's grace, do it better than he is doing. Because it's not a money issue that Jamaica is facing. It's a corruption problem. It's a corruption problem. Because if they spend whatever whatever money is allocated to any ministry, as we're going to go to the drill subject, any money is allocated to any ministry, when it is spent how it's supposed to be spent, things get done. Education ministry, if you spend education money from the education ministry on the education system, or whether it's on teacher development, infrastructural development, if you would spend that money rather than siphoning it off and giving your friends contract that they are not equipped to do, you will see it. So they wouldn't be running around with like chickens without heads saying, see, yes, I have to believe what I tell you that I did, but don't believe what you see that is not done. That's basically where they are. And it is rather unfortunate that after 9 years, going on 10 years, he really, and all you can hear is just, your money going to come in the next 5 years. I can't trust you for that. Because you had 9 years. And all I see is that your salary is big. Everybody in your cabinet fat, every councillor, every MP, every minister, when they went in, they had nothing, and they have gas station, they have apartment complexes, all this housing that is going up. Who is it benefiting? The people who vote them into office are not benefiting. And therein lies the problem. So you go back to his manifesto, and you realize that the manifesto was only to get the vote and get into office. After that, we don't give a shit. That's all. Don't care. And then, like you said once, I don't remember who it was, but Rattigan can remind me. When they asked about something that was in the 2016 manifesto, they said, oh, but this is 2020. It was not in the 2020 manifesto.
Right.
You see, that is the problem we're having.
Yeah. That was when they asked him about, it had to do with, I think it had to do with, I'm trying to say that it had to do with one of the things regarding the constitutional reform. And he said it was in the 2016 manifesto, but it's not in the 2020 manifesto, right? Which he promised. So it's nonsense. Let me just say that we have to be reminded of this. Listen to this.
Can't go back to policies. And when we tell you that we're going to do something for you, you can bet on us to implement it, because we not tell you anything and then say we never intend to implement it.
You hear that? And I hear that. When we are going to do things for you, sounds like a handout, like we're just going to some crumbs. And when we say it, we're going to do it. And we're not going to come back and say we never intend to do it, or whatever it is. Pure nonsense. Because here's where we are now. Remember, we look at the 26. We're doing water now. Water. That's what we're doing. Mm-hmm. We did 2016. Folks, take a look at this. That's the 2020 manifesto, right? And now with the 2020 manifesto, choose Kevin's guidance, we're going to go to page 8. And here is page 8. Not that. This one here. See that? We increased the allocation to rural water 7-fold, which allowed for the implementation and completion of several projects that brought potable water to unserved and underserved rural communities. My folks, them not get nothing. The lady who says she want labor right, she just get it. And I just 5 barrels she get. See them say, we fix pumps and tanks, laid and connected pipes, established water shops, provided potable water to communities benefiting more than 50,000 Jamaicans. I want the 50,000 Jamaicans come and tell us that they receive this water. I want them come and tell us that they've fixed pumps and tanks. I want them come and tell us that they've established ponds and built micro dams. I want them come and tell us that. We can move to 28 because we have to get to the drill, you know, because I hope people sit down and wait on the drill. We could get to 28. Well, Kevin, now help me now. Kevin, sit down there and say, you better find it yourself because I already show you how to get to it. So, all right, brother. 28, This is 28. Look at this. Here we go. Right at the top. We will place additional focus on rural development. Rural. And we'll establish a department within the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation with that the department their name. And we don't know where them do. But here's what they were supposed to do. To drive rural job creation. All of you in the rural areas who now work, this is the department we need to go to. Investment, housing, formalization of squatter settlements. Look at the next one. Water. Let me big it up so you can see it. See it here. Water. Let me draw something around it. See it here. What go on, Kevin? Oh, hold on there. Now, let me do it. All right, but let me see if it make me do a line right as well. All right, because it anyway, when you can't see it. Water. We don't know not much, but Kevin.
Sorry, I was muted. Yes.
Yeah, them start up back with the foolishness again now. Link me up there, my brother.
Oh, let me preps it, yeah. Oh, I see what's going on over here, so. All right, so let me bring back Ratty into this. People, Rebel will be back on in just a second. It's just me and Maria for a moment, a quick moment, because he lost his connection for a moment, but he'll be right back. And I say right back, I mean like real quick. And he's coming in.
Them start up with me again. I regular feature this. Regular feature. So that was PH. We run through this because we have more things we have to get on. People waiting. We don't want to keep the people waiting. So we go from page 28 to page 34. Hold on there. All right, 34. With the water thing there. Okay, here it is right here. See it right there? There it is. There it is right here. At the top, the development of a water management framework for the agriculture sector to ensure that, read the next word for me, Kevin. To ensure that.
Every.
No, man, it says ensure that some farmers have access to
every.
No. It's to ensure that most farmers have access to adequate water.
Let me read to you what mine say. Mine say the development of a water management framework for the agriculture sector to ensure that every farmer has access to adequate water. Every starts with that E. Some start with that S. Most start with that M.
But based on what is happening, so that one woman can get 1 donkey and 5 bars of water, or 5 bars for water. That's basically what is happening. It's not for everybody.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And it's supposed to happen within 5 years. Supposed to happen from, well, this is 2020, so it's supposed to happen already. It's supposed to happen already that every farmer have access to water. And we know that that is not the case. Man, could go to page 35. See where we have that. Okay, 34. Go to 35. But Kevin, I forgot buy me a thing there now. Because this thing I give me 35. See them put all, but we are gonna skip that because that talk about food security. All right. Here's another one, folks. You see, when I tell you when the editor come and talk about him and edit things, you don't put absolute terms in documents like this. You put most, you put many, you put some, you put this, you don't put all or every. Look on this one now. Here it is again, you know. Here it is again. Look at the top. Look at the green. Look at the top in green. There it is right there. They're going to ensure that some rural farms have access to adequate water, Kevin.
You know, you didn't do well with Sesame Street, you know, I can tell.
No, all right. They said that most rural farms are going to have water. That's what they said. Kevin, tell me that they didn't put all.
I'm drop Big Bird and Cookie Monster.
Is that the word that there, Kevin, that ensure that all within the 5 years, all rural farms have access to adequate water?
All them say all.
And all means what? All. All means all. All means some. So, Mr. Editor, Senator, you need to know what you are doing when you put them things there, when you allow them things there for pass and come to the public. You're not a good editor. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. You're an educated fool. Translated, dunce bat. That's what it come out to. Because I would have known better that you can't put all of them things there because there's so many factors that could impact something like on the word all. All and every. You don't do that. By the way, people want to big up the young mind there. The nephew, see me, Jamaics. Big up yourself, Jamaics. Welcome.
Blessings to you, uncle, and blessings to everybody on the live. Family member, another day when we talk about field business. I love my uncle, yeah, man, because you see things like these, grammatical errors, some of the technical things, he's going to point them out.
But there's no grammatical error in this one.
No, technical error.
Ask OT, man. OT, are listening. OT one, you know, say she want until you say make sure you say your sense.
No joke. OT, big up yourself.
Well, we are going to go to page 90 and all.
Good to see you, Jamaica.
Same here, Auntie Daisy. Blessings to you. Uncle Kevin, bless up Kevin's too. And everybody in the comment section, man. Trust me.
No, Jamaics and sister Maria. We're not going to say no. We will get now the crux of the matter, which part they make some promises where it might as well them say, wait, listen, we're gonna build all on our rockets so we can just go to the moon and go on Mars or whatever. Everybody are gonna get a rocket. Everybody, because this is so ridiculous. Look at this one here now. Them say them are gonna build and upgrade water shops, right? There it is. Build and upgrade water shops at Junction in St. Elizabeth and Commodore and Mansion Hill in Portland, respectively. Look on the next line. Well, we also intend. You remember where? Hold on there. Oh, she gone. Hold on there. Wait, bear with me, people. I have to get her back, you know. She can't get her from me. But she there? What you there, Kevin? Me no see her up here. Oh, see her, yeah? Only remember this. You see the word intend? Remember this.
Can't go back to policies. And when we tell you that we're going to do something for you, you can bet on us to implement it because we not tell you anything and then say we never intend to implement it.
See the intention, you know. See them intend. See not green. We intend to build water shops in Brampton, Balaclava, and Pedro Plains in St. Elizabeth, as well as Bull Bay West in St. Andrew. We need the government to know. In fact, I am going to file an ATI and ask them, hey, you said you intended to build this. Did you build it? I am going to ask them that. Which page is that, Kevin? Page 90. We have 2 more pages, people, and then we are going to jump into some things. We are going to shake on up. More than this are shaking up here right now. Hold on it. 94. All right. Here's another word them use. We intend to. When you see that word intend to, it means them not plan to do it. It just sounds like an idea that them want to sell to the public. But you see, what happened, people, remember I tell you hear it differently than how them say it, you know. Them say, we intend to, and where you hear is that they will. That's where you hear, they will do it. But I know that them say, we intend to, them know them not going to do it. Look at, here's another word them use. Aim, we will aim. See it right, so. See it, huh? See what I'm saying? A re-elected Jamaica Labour Party government will aim to ensure that all individuals across the island have Kevin. No, Kevin. No. It says here, Kevin, let me read it. A re-elected Jamaica Labour Party government will aim to ensure that some individuals across the island have access to safe, convenient, reliable, and affordable potable water supply by 2030. It says, we will aim to ensure that some individuals. Kevin, are you telling me that they said all again right here? Because I think
I telling you? I'm not telling you anything. They are telling you.
They must say that they will all individuals. And you see all them bomb shows. This are 2020, you know, and them tell you say them are going to do it by 2030. So them might tell you say we are get re-elected. Them tell you that in 2020. So when we promise you things, we're not going to give them to you, but we know we're not going to vote for you because we don't like the fancy words. We don't like when we use intent to and we aim to. We not hear that they will. And what happened? You don't go back and look at what they said they were going to give to you. You don't. So that's why we consider this our service to the process that we have to make you know. No, they said they're going to revise the National Drought Management Plan. Don't know about that. They said that they're going to more rainwater harvesting capacity. And it says schools will, as a priority, benefit from these projects in this regard. How? How have the schools benefited? We don't know, right? Let me go down some more. Here's another one, the community catchment tanks. They're going to rehabilitate and maintain community catchment tanks. We never want to get into that because that is just nonsense. But look at this one here, expanded focus on rural water. And we've been spending a lot of time talking about rural water. It says we'll ensure that, here we go again, all rural spaces. Mr. Editor, Senator, you need to do better than this. You need to wheel and come again. In fact, you need to wheel out of control and make somebody come take over this because you can't manage this thing here. Because if you're going to edit this and you'll send it to the Jamaican people, if I were in your position, I would say, no, we can't put all. That's too much of a big promise. And by the way, people, you know what we are doing when we are do this? And we are teaching all of this. We are teaching them to, you know. And they're so concerned because guess what? No, they're afraid to put out the next manifesto. They're afraid because them see we are looking on 2016 and 2020 and them say we know them are going to look on the next one. And we know them are going to find fault with it. And guess what happened? We are going to find fault right in the election cycle because them going to put it out just before election. And that's why we want all on the tune in around here so we can go through the manifesto and show you the promises. And you know what them going to do? And by the way, make we tell them, don't regurgitate old promises, meaning don't come back and put in old promises in this thing again. And if you come and you say, here are all the things, remember now, you know, a manifesto is what policies and plans that you intend to implement, that you plan to implement. It's not about the things that you've done, but watch the trick. Watch the so-called trick. They're going to come now and the first 4, 5, 6, 10 pages, they're going to tell you, look at the hundreds of things we've done. No, people. No, don't accept it just on the face of it. Say, okay, let's go through and see if you really did those things. And then the second thing is, let's go through and look at what you didn't do. And I guarantee you, as I sit here, folks, if they show you 200 things that they did do, we will show them 600 things that they did not do. And what we must do, we must focus on the 600 that they did not do, because when they do what they said that they were going to do, that is fulfillment of a contract promise. You gave them your vote, right? Like you gave them your vote to do 800 things, and they do 200, and they're going to come and tell us, say, look how we're good. We do the 200, and look this and that and that. And you say, and now you're distracted. Them give you the shiny object, and you forget that, oh, wait a minute, you did promise us 800, and you only give us 600. So you only do a third of what you were supposed to do. Is that good? No, the question you must ask yourself is this: is that good enough to get my vote for a third time? That's the question you must ask. You promised me twice. You promised, you give me 600 things that you say you're going to do, and you do 200. And should I then turn around and give you my vote? That is the choice. That is the question you have to ask yourself. And I know, my Jamaican people, you're going to make the wise decision, because now you are informed. So here's this one. Expand. They say all rural spaces will have access to water for life and livelihoods by 2030. Now, here's the thing: the Rio Cobre, that's a waterway that people depend on it for life and livelihood, but it's polluted. What them do about that? You know what? Don't start me up. We can move on and we have one more for sure. One more. And people, I open to sit down and brace for this last one, you know, because the editor, senator, leave this one here for last. I don't know why, but here we go. Here we go. At the top, it says continued improvement of potable water supply for KSA, right? And they said they're going to put in pipes and they're going to do this and they're going to do that. Then here's an innovative projects to expand water access. Here's another thing, folks. Let me show you. Let me show you another word. Remember, now we have intend, and we have we believe, and we have this. Here's another word. And by the way, Kevin want to put things in a green, because whenever I'm a fight with Kevin at the time, you know, we say Kevin in a yellow. Kevin said, no, it's their manifesto. It must be in green. And so I will comply with Kevin's request. Here is one. Here's what's here. You see this word right here? This word right here, so these two words, will explore. That's another food promise. When you say we will explore, when I ask them, what does it mean to explore? What do you mean? We don't understand that. And listen to this. We will explore, and not only explore. Here they say we're going to implement a range of solutions, including the interlinking of rivers across Jamaica. So you ask them, tell us about the interlinking of rivers across Jamaica. And by the way, while you're at it, Mr. Government, tell us about the Chinese plan to reroute 3 rivers in the St. Anne's area. Tell us about that. And they're going to reroute it so that they can build a development. So what about the people who depend on the waterways for life and livelihood? We just rob them of it. People open up. You know the song say, open up your eyes and see for yourself. It's not just this, it's this. It's more so this, my people. Pay attention.
Hold on a second before you move on again. The rerouting of the water is only going to make flooding worse.
Of course.
That's all it's going to do.
Of course. No, here's another one. We will continue to undertake stream aquifer vulnerability studies through dye tracing. Ask them if I'm do all of them. See, right, that's all of this foolishness. All of this wasted them talk about, right, that's all. Ask them if I'm gonna do this, and ask them for the report. When you buck up on them, ask them. Ask Mr. Samuda, the waterman. Ask him about all of them things. Here, look on all the big words, them. Watershed management unit, as well as the use of isotope hydrology technology. Who that sound like? None other than our former
senator.
Not sound like our former minister of
finance. Oh, yeah. That's a big word.
Yeah, man. Isotope hydrology technology. All right. And look at what it says. This will also mean the provision of a third source of stored water supply to complement the Mona Reservoir and Hermitage Dam. Ask them, where is this third source? Ask them, no. Election now, them need your vote. Ask them, where is this third source that you put in your manifesto? Now, here is the question that him couldn't answer. See it right there, so at the top, development of desalination plants. And remember, I'm trying to explain. Desalination plants is where there's a certain amount of salt in the water and you remove it. No, when you use desalination plant, there's a great amount of salt in the water. Seawater you use, brother. Seawater you use. Now, listen to people. See it in writing, Development of desalination plants for drinking water supply in coastal areas to expand the options for water access in Jamaica. They're going to build desalination plants in coastal cities. It's right there. We're not making this up. Let me big this up some more. There it is right there at the top. They're going to develop. Okay, I think that's the best I can do. Hold on. In terms of, all right, there it is. Development of desalination plants. Now look at the second sentence. Look at the second sentence. I'll read it for those of you who cannot see it because I can't expand the screen further. It says, more specifically, so what he's saying, in general, we're going to build desalination plants along the coast and to expand the options for water access in Jamaica. So they're going to build ponds, catchment areas, this, that. And then they're going to build desalination plants. And remember, people, me know about desalination plants because that is the major source of water in the Middle East. And I lived in the Middle East. And you don't build desalination plants inland, you build desalination plants on the coast. No. All right. Look at the next sentence. It says more specifically. So rather than in addition to the general plan, it says more specifically. We're going to give you an example. That's what that means. More specific. This is what we are going to do. This development of desalination plants, this idea, it says it will begin with what? Not the construction of, not the development of. It says with the upgrading and expansion. What that mean? See it right there, so? See it right, the second line. More specifically, this will begin with the upgrading. That means it exists already. An expansion, we're going to make it bigger and better so that one can prosper. We sound like me a DJ now. Bigger, better, prosper. But see, with the upgrading expansion. Of what? This is what I'm going to do. Hold on. See there? No. Of the, see there? An expansion of the ferry desalination project. And where is this ferry desalination project? Ferry Springs at Moses Lake. See it, people, if you don't believe me. Ask any one of your politicians. See it right there, so? See it there. Let me just see it right there, so me. See it there. Ferry Springs at Moses Lake. I want all of you who have been to this Ferry Springs at Moses Lake for tell me in the chat so you know about this desalination plant and you have been to this thing. I want them to tell me because guess what happened now? Time I run out on them because I asked the minister, the prime minister, I asked him because remember now, all of them have 19 agencies within his portfolio. And I asked him, say, listen, the water agency you have, please find out from them and ask him about 20 questions about this desalination plant and the plans to build more desalination plants. And them can't, up to now, them can't tell me. So here is, hold on there. So here it is. Them say them are going to have flood water management will be, here's another word too. Say this, whenever you say this, people, be careful. Whenever you say this word, hold on there. Whenever you say, well, go on, Kevin, it nah give me no thing on, all right, I'm going to go yellow and say. Anyway, now give me, you see where you say flood water management? You see the next word, will be implemented. Ask them, when will it be implemented? When? And And look at this one here, the next one. Diversified financing arrangements for new water schemes. Irrigation services will be when it will it be? When? To reach more farmers, because remember, the objective is that every farmer will have water. And then they have sewage and wastewater treatment plants. We need not go no further. I'm going to move this up. People, that concludes our presentation from the two manifestos about water for the Jamaican public. And as you can see, the things that they promised, they haven't delivered on all of these things. And so we need them to come before us and tell us, why is it, especially going back to 2016, why is it that the 2016 promises have not been fulfilled? Why? When we have 3 trillion unaccounted for, right? We have some people with 28 bank account, fat, including US bank account, where them claim to bank make mistake and 765,000 US dollars suddenly convert to 765,000 Jamaican dollars. Where people start have places up of Beverly Hills where them start bill in contravention of KCMC rules. When all of these things going on, many more things going on, we need to ask questions, people. We need to ask questions. No.
Well, one person who doesn't have to even put out a manifesto is Darrell Vaz, because he already told the people what he's about. He said, just give me 5 more years to secure my children and my grandchildren. And he made sure to tell them from last year in his conference speech. So you can rest assured he knows what he's about. So it is for the people to decide whether or not they're going to give him 5 more years to take care of his children and his grandchildren and not the constituency. Because his children and grandchildren alone by themselves cannot put him into office. So if he doesn't care about the people, it's for them to now decide, are we going to vote for your children and grandchildren's safety or our own?
Okay. And there's some people in the chat that put up a whole bunch of issues, and we will get to them, people. Trust me, we will get to them, because we're working hard around here, and we're doing our research, and we're finding where they said these things, so that when we come to you, we're just giving you what they said, not to me, not to Jamaica, not to Daisy, not to Kevin. They said it to the entire public, the entire Jamaican public, at home and abroad. They said this is what we are going to do. So I want to show you something. And
just before you come on for the water issue, because I was listening earlier, I was a bit busy, but sorry for that lady. The lady that show a labor right for the water. Jamaica is a sad state to see where we are in 2025 after the government had took 200% and 300% increase, and people don't have basic amenity like water. It is a shame to see where we're at. And I thank you for highlighting these ambiguous statements and phrases that they use, because they keep on tricking people. And Jamaican people are not looking closely to these things. And I want to tell Mr. Editor, Senator, and the rest of the Jamaica Labour Party and their supporters, sell your cleverness and buy bewilderment. Because what I realize is that we are too smart for our own good. And that's why the country not running well. Prime Minister said, but we have a government who pay themselves before them to work. Crazy.
No, we have somebody in the chat named Affectionate Forest Bridge, and she says, hypocrite Will Rattigan, talk the full story. Well, Affectionate Forest Bridge, listen, I've shown you where the government said it was going to do all of these things in 2016 and 2020. So what I need you to do now is take the blinders off. Open up your mind. Be a concerned Jamaican, and also listen to the facts as presented by the JLP government. This is what they said, Affectionate Forest Bridge. I didn't say these things. I showed you what they wrote it. They wrote these things and they made them as promises to the Jamaican people. So Affectionate Forest Bridge, I trust that these things are painful, because change is painful at times, you know. And when you are committed to a cause and we start pulling at the fabric, pulling at the foundation, shifting things around, it's very uncomfortable. So I know you're in a very uncomfortable position, because you're looking at things that you believed in and you're watching them crumble in front of your very own eyes. You're a witness to this. So I know it's difficult. Believe me, I sympathize with you. I empathize with you. You're in turmoil. You may even need some counseling. But at the end of the day, I want you to go back and look at these documents. That's why I put up the documents, because I could come here and have bullet points and say, well, the government said this, government said that, and then you say, Rattigan a liar. Blah, 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 blah. But I put the thing up so that you can go and look at it for yourself and ask yourself the question, did the government do these things concerning water? And I want you to tune in next week because we're going to touch on something else. Every week we're going to touch on something else. And when we touch on it, we're going to play a speech or we're going to show a document. And then I want you to ask yourself, because I know in the recesses of your mind, I know that in your quiet times, when you're alone and these things are bewildering you, I know when you sit there and you're going through this painful process of realizing that you've been tricked, I know you're going to say to yourself, you know what? Enough is enough. You will get there. Keep tuning in every Saturday. You will get there. Trust me. It's a painful process, but we're here to work alongside you. We're here to show you. And again, keep in mind, I just want you to be an informed voter. That's all. If you look at it from the perspective of this being truth, what I'm telling you, then you will know what to do. When you go into that, when you go to make that, cast your ballot, that's between you, your candidate, your God. That's who it's between. It has nothing to do with me at that point. But I just want to make sure when you go inside, you're armed with the facts. And I don't want you to cast a ballot and come out and your conscience will trouble you for life. I don't want you to do that, because when you invest your vote in a party and they have failed you, you need to come take stock. You need to come to terms with yourself. So you're really right.
But Rattigan, my question to that person, where is the hypocrisy? Is that person saying that the realities of the people on the ground is not their reality? Their situation might be different from the realities out there, but you cannot minimize the experience, the lived experiences of the persons who are sitting on the hospital benches, who have no schools, who go to Cornwall Regional, the executive suite is opened, but there are no beds for the patient. That makes some sense. So where is what hypocrisy is that person talking to, because we can go to these places, yeah.
Maria, it goes even further than that. I'm still stuck on something that I talk about all the time. Why is it that people still seeing orange or green and not seeing Jamaica and Jamaicans?
And the reality, Kevin.
And the reality, you're right.
Yes, Jamaics. Affectionate, tell me something. When was the last time you went to a hospital in Jamaica? I haven't been in Jamaica in over 20 years. And I am concerned for Jamaicans. I still have relatives in Jamaica. Now, you tell me this. Are you confident that when your child goes to school, them good with the education that they're leaving with? Are you confident that even if you have water, the neighboring community have water too? And better yet, have you gone a year without a water lock-off in the land of wood and water? Regardless of where you live. Because I know people that live uptown that still have to have a tank on their roof. And the mere fact that you have a water tank on your roof don't mean so you're rigid, mean that the system is failing. Because in the land of wood and water, the water's supposed to be running. And I don't care if your orange or your green, PNP, and JLP, whichever P. I tell people the only party I support is the party that I am hired to play. That's the only party I support.
All right. People are telling us to move on. Go ahead.
In turn, but
crazy.
Here's another thing too.
One second, Maria. One second, Maria. Because I want people to understand this. This that is happening right now goes beyond any political party. This is totally Jamaica. That background that you see behind Will, me tell him to keep it. Because of this where him come from. It represent.
It's true.
I don't hide and talk. And guess what? Not very far from that spot is where my grandparents live.
About 3 blocks.
Lived. Yes. I didn't know Will or his family that time. But understand this. I have my connections with that very background. And I still maintain my connections with the country of Jamaica, although I haven't been there in a while. But understand, I'm passionate about what is happening there. Because that's where I come from. So any of you that come in to say anything and going political about it, even those that are in support of this broadcast, stop it. Because I don't support it and nobody else here does.
No.
When the PNP in power, whenever that is, whether it be from this election or the next election, they might get the same treatment.
Yep.
As a matter of fact, you pay attention and you will hear where they get the same treatment.
Well, you, Graham?
Because we're not partial. Well, we are. But to the people of Jamaica.
You know,
behave yourself, stop.
The Prime Minister recently gave a speech, and you know what he said people should do? And I've written up, he said you should reconcile your lived experience with the numbers. He was talking about, I think it was poverty or something like that. No, it was talking about the crime rate. He said, because he said, oh, the crime rate is going down, but if you ask people, they still say crime is a problem. But then you ask them if they have been affected by crime, and they tell you no. He said you must reconcile your lived experience with the numbers. So for water issues, reconcile your lived experience. If you haven't gotten the water that you were promised back in 2016 and 2020, reconcile. Just a little tip. Just reconcile. Here's what we're going to do now, people. We are running out of time, so we're going to.
One second there, Rattigan. And another thing too, policies is what it's about. Policies. You have 2 major political parties. What are the policies? Look, you can look at policies over various administrations and look what are the policies that align with your needs, not your individual need, the collective need, which is education, healthcare, national security. And I'm not going to talk about tourism because tourism really does not do as much as it can be doing or it should be doing. But I'm talking about the bases that affect the Jamaican people.
I would like you to add economic growth.
Economic growth and development. You see, that's what it's about. Road infrastructure. Look at the policies. And you also have to look at the people who say to you, believe what I tell you and not what you are living.
Indeed. Here's what we're going to cover. We're running out of time right now because we want to do the fertilizer, but we're going to put the fertilizer on the back burner because the fertilizer we're going to show some things, and you're going to be shocked, people. We don't finish with it yet. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to the topic of the day, the drill. Run out now and get your family members, your friends, your neighbor, even your enemies. Just for now, you can make up on things if that is the case. Maybe if you don't make up now, no make up for good. But just tune in right now and listen to what we are talking about now about the drill. But before we do the drill, let me just show you something very, very quickly. It's an ATI, and people, I can't tell you enough how you have to file ATIs to get information from the government, right? Now, this one come in May 21st, so there's a 24th. I had asked them, look at that. I said, in the JLP's manifesto on page 14, it is written, we will develop from Port Royal through Harbourview and East to Morant Point and brand it as Jamaica's Sun Coast, Jamaica's Fun Coast. This is anticipated to create upwards of 50,000 jobs. So the question was, well, questions were, please provide documentation evidencing the development as they describe from Port Royal through Harbourview and East to Morant Point. 2, provide documentation evidencing that the development was branded as Jamaica's Sun Coast, Jamaica's Fun Coast, and please provide documentation that you've created more than 50,000 jobs. Look when them write me, Miss Kerry and O'Connor, Mrs. Kerry and O'Connor. I'm Mrs. Kerry, and you should not treat me that way because you know me and you, we have a relationship in the sense that I send you a whole heap of ATIs, so I know me keep you busy. And maybe that's why you reach a boiling point now and you just say enough is enough, I'm tired of him. But don't be tired of me because I'm doing this. If you think about it, I'm doing this for you too and your family. Look at what she wrote me back. She said, please be advised. Remember now, it's a JLP manifesto. And so if you're looking for answers out of that regarding development, you go to the office of the Prime Minister. He have NEPA, he have housing, he have everything inside here. Look what she wrote me. She said, please be advised that the office of the Prime Minister does not possess any records or documents responsive to your request. So I wrote her back and I said to her, Mrs. O'Connor, I'm surprised that you have dealt with me on so many occasions and you don't anticipate what I'm going to do next. You know what I'm going to do. I'm going to write you back and tell you that under Section 8 of the ATI, you are obligated to find the ministry, the department, or the agency that can provide this information. And then you have to come back to me and say, Mr. Rattigan, we don't have the information, but such and such ministry or whatever department or they have it, and I'm forwarding your request to them on this date, and then they will contact you. Mrs. O'Connor, she know the rules. I don't know why she did this, but I responded to her. That's one letter. Here is the second one. Here's the second one. When you say I'm living at the manifesto, and you see me going back in it again. In it, say in the 2016 manifesto, the then opposition leader and the JLP stated that they would make it mandatory for the appointment of a Chief Justice to be approved by a 2/3 majority in each house in Parliament. ATI request, was this manifesto provision implemented? And if it was not implemented, why not? Come back with the same thing. Please be advised that we don't have these records. And she said, you may direct your inquiry to the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs. With all due respect, Mrs. O'Connor, you're rude because that's not my job. Under Section 8, you are supposed to do that. That is your job. And so I'm going to hold you responsible. So I wrote her again and said, Mrs. O'Connor, with all due respect, I think you're slacking off. I think, I don't know what's going on in your headspace, but you seem to have forgotten that Section 8 requires, it's not discretionary. It's a requirement that you find the office. So now she's telling me, you may direct it to the minister. No, Mrs. O'Connor, you are supposed to direct it to them and come back to me and tell me, hey, I've sent it over there to them. And so you should expect an answer from them. So people, when you send your ATIs and them come back to you with face-to response like this, just remember there's a section. Section 8 says that if you send it to Ministry A and it should go to Ministry B, then Ministry A is required. They must do it bone and compound. They must send it to Ministry B, and then they must notify you saying, Jamaics, we have sent your request. You sent it to us, but we're not the responding agency. It's Ministry B, and we have sent it, and we're notifying you, so they should respond to you within 30 days, and then that's where we take it. So keep that in mind. Now, folks, here we know we have a touch up there. 1,403 devices. Everybody tune in now. Everybody will wait for your erratic and the crew officer now about this drill business. And we are going to drill it in now so that when you pay attention, when you see, when you pick out sense from nonsense. All right? Now, let me pull up. Kevin, give me a whole category now. A whole category, Kevin, give me. But I have to start from beginning. Right? And the beginning, let me get to the beginning. Hold on a second, people. Hold on a second. I'm going to get on the pen and paper ready, you know. Get on the pen and paper ready. Kevin. Where Kevin there? Kevin, where there?
I'm there, right? That's a brother.
All right. Now, I want to show you something. You know, with all of a sudden, you know, Dr. Dawes get out there and him do, well, it's not all of a sudden, but Dr. Dawes got out there and did a press conference and talk about this thing just this week. Is it this week or last week? This week. This week. But this issue actually started in January. Remember that, people. It started in January. And how did it start? It was this man, Lambert Brown, who brought it in the Senate. That's where it started. It didn't start this week. It started there. And here is how it came to be. Here it is. I said, this man, I didn't put it up. There is, let me show you the headline and show you the date. There it is right there. Opposition Senator questions Euro drill expenditure at Children's Hospital. And see the date right there, January 28th. And on me, January, he started it, right? And Dr. Dawes carried it forward. But when I say carried it forward, Senator Lambert Brown didn't stop there. He continued. But he continued in the Senate. And he has, I think, 11 questions pending. And it's going to be interesting to see what they do with the 11 questions this Friday, because they didn't want to table the president of the Senate, President Tom Tavares Finson, didn't table the 11 questions. And so there are some procedural things that will take place this Friday. But it started there. And I'm going to show you how we end up. Here it is right there. He's just questioning it. He said, Lambert Brown is questioning the spending of $27 million to purchase a drill for the Bustamante Hospital for Children, which he says amounts to 3 times the usual price of the equipment. Now, I'm going to show you how it started. Here's how it started. See that? Right there. It says, according to Brown, a little bird, which is a colloquial term for somebody tell me, right?
A whistling bird.
A whistling bird, yes. Somebody tell me. Him say a little bird told him that the hospital recently purchased the NeuroDrill, which is a high-speed surgical tool used in neurosurgery and spinal procedures to help surgeons perform delicate surgeries with precision and efficiency. But the price is not adding up. According to Brown, when you check on the internet, that drill can be had for $32,000 US. Said, I have seen an invoice where that said drill was purchased in China at under $14,000. I don't know what invoice he's referring to, but he said, if I bump up the price of that drill to $50,000 US and multiply that by 160 to 1, that's $8 million. That could buy 3 drills. And if you buy more from the people who building the Children's Hospital in Montego Bay, yes, you could buy probably 10 or more of such drills. Something wrong, and I'm calling on the Integrity Commission to investigate. That's how it started, right? So let's move on. And what I want you to understand, people, is you're going to see some things being done by the diaspora. Yes, by the diaspora. Not by people in Jamaica, because people in Jamaica, a lot of them who have the wherewithal to do this, they're afraid. And I understand. Believe me, I understand the fear. But when you're not when you're far from the incident, you don't have no fear. You can just do what you have to do, and you don't care, right? And when I say you don't care, I shouldn't use that phrase. I should say you do it without fear. You do it for your people. And that's what we're doing. And I'm going to show you something that we're doing here that is going to cause angst for the people involved in this. Now, when I read this thing and I started looking into it, I said, wait a minute. We hear about one drill. We hear about one drill. But did you know that there were actually 5 drills purchased in November of last year? And so you will read, when you read their statement, they'll say, oh, it's parts. Oh, it's a motor. That's not what the invoice said. The invoice said drill. And I'm going by what the invoice said. They could have, the person who drafted that invoice could have said parts for a drill, or what do you call it? Like replacement of a drill, or them fixing a drill, something like that. Maintenance of a drill. They didn't say that. They said drill. And that's what I'm going with. So let's move on. Let me see what else is there. Lots of things. I just want to give you a hint. I want to show you something. I want to show you something. And this is just we just tease them now, the people who involved in this thing. I want to show you something what the diaspora do. Take a look at this. See that? That is the building, one of the buildings in the United States. And what I'm going to show you later on, I'm going to show you a video of what happened inside of that building recently. Let me move this. Just a teaser now. Hold on. All right, here we go. Hold on a second. Kevin, may I look for the no, this is the in art. Here we go. All right, let's start with this one. Let's start with this one. Let's start with this one. Here we go. Remember the building we just shown you, Medtronic? All right. Now, I'm going to walk on us through this thing. That's why we'll take the time. We're going to walk our people through this, right? Now, you see Medtronic up top there, top left, right? Below that, to the far left, you see Seller. And it says Medtronic, and the address is Minneapolis, Minnesota. And then if you go to the right of that here, better if me, I wonder if this will work, Kevin. My color thing. Yeah. Okay. Look here. Seller. And you see? Minneapolis. That's an American address. You go over here, you see? Shipper. See Medtronics. And that is a Texas address. So you have two addresses in America already for Medtronics. Then you come down here and you say remit to another Medtronics address, and this one is in Miami, Florida. 3 American addresses for this company, Medtronic. Now, if you look carefully, you'll see that Medtronics in Minneapolis is selling whatever the item is, but it's being shipped from Texas. And then they have a third address here in Miami, Florida, where we see that when you look at the invoice, when you look at the customs declaration form, you'll see that it came from this address, from Miami. So remember, follow me now. You have 3 addresses. 1, where you purchase it. 2, where it's shipped from. Then it's shipped to Miami. And then from Miami, it looks like it came to Jamaica. Now, what is the item we're talking about? Here it is right here. It says Midas Rex drill. It didn't say parts for a drill. It didn't say maintenance of a drill. It didn't say a motor for a drill. And here's the model number. The reason why I'm showing you this is because this came up, and you're gonna see where the company said, no. This invoice had nothing to do with the drill in question, the drill that Senator Brown raised. But I'm gonna show you why this is so important. Because for them to say, no, this has nothing to do with the drill in question, you would want to dismiss it and say, okay, let's just dismiss it. I'm going to show you now why you shouldn't dismiss it. Now, as an investigator, I looked at this thing and I saw 3 American addresses. And within a minute after seeing the 3 addresses, what did I do? I went to this. See that? See that? I just circled. That is the date. You see how it's written? 13. There's no 13th month. 13/11/2024. So you'd have to say that's November 13, because there's no 13th month. But who writes a date like that? They don't write dates like that in America. It would be 11/13, not 13/11. So I looked at that and I go, wait a minute, this doesn't look kosher to me. Then I looked at this. See this? That's an invoice number. And then I came down here and I see another invoice number right here. And it's 2 different invoice numbers. Again, just investigating me saying, what's going on here? These things need to be explained. Then I come down here. And I see this. Refurbished. What does that mean? Does that mean the drill is refurbished? Because that's what it would seem to me, because it doesn't say parts. It says a drill and refurbished. So I said, okay. Then I went and I looked at this price. $1,605 US dollars and 40 cents. And it says Midas Rex drill, and it says 1 drill right here. 1 drill. But I didn't stop there. I said, and by the way, this is what the FBI teach me, you know. This is just the FBI teach me this. Say, when you get a document like this, sit down and just ponder, look at the document carefully and ask yourself if this makes sense. So then the next thing I looked at, I remember, no, this is just 1 page. The next thing I looked at was this, terms of payment, 60 days. And I said, wait a minute, no, American company send a drill, a refurbished drill to Jamaica, and they wait 2 months to get paid. That never sound right to me either. So then I came down to this. Oh, wait a minute. Up. No, down. Then I came to this. This. Hold on. Seal. In America, for invoices, people don't put seal. No, I'm not saying this didn't happen in this case. I'm just saying these are things that inquiring minds should look at and start saying, wait a minute, what does this mean? And then I asked about this. I'll tell you who I asked and we'll go from there. But that's the seal. Then I come down here and I see this. Patricia Duran. But then I didn't see this. I didn't see a signature right here. And these are all things that we call clues. Doesn't mean anybody is guilty of anything. Just means that things just look suspicious. And you ask questions. They might very well be palatable explanations for all of this that you can swallow and say, okay, I understand. But nonetheless, these are things that you should be mindful of. So now let's go to the customs declaration form that went along with this. Because this is the invoice from this company here, Medtronic, right? That's the invoice from them. So let's go to this thing here now. Now we see where export from Texas. And we have somebody here called Garfield Greg who went and picked it up, right? And we see on this side over here, Federal Express, Medical Technologies, and we see all of that. And we see something here. Remember, they pay $1,600 for it. But we see this additional value details, $7,908. I don't know if that is insurance. I don't know what that is, but I mean, you can't, I don't think you would buy something for $1,600 and an insurance company would insure it for $7,000, $8,000. I don't know what that means. Additional value details. I don't know. But again, it's something that should cause you to pause and say, what is going on here? Then I see where it come from. Of course, the US. And then I see this, 1,605. And the exchange rate is 158. Remember, it's November of last year. Then I see this. A drill, and the weight of that drill is 1 pound, 0.9 kilo. 1 pound for the drill. I mean, the weight is 1 pound. I don't know what's going on here. The invoice says drill. This thing said weighs 1 pound. And then here is what they paid to get it in the country. Customs value. I don't know if that is a cost. Well, I shouldn't say what they paid to get into the country. I don't know if, well, let me go down some more and shift over here. And I see this number here, GCT, CAF, ENV, ICD, this number 91. So, and the total declaration, 91. And here we have Commissioner of Customs, Jamaica. So folks, when I saw this, I'm going, okay, what does this mean? Then I saw this one, another one. You know, as DJ Khaled said, another one, another one. And I saw some of the same things again, right? Here we see the date again. Date right here. Let me big it up. There it is, same thing, 13/11, same day. Invoice number here, invoice number here. This is a different piece of equipment, but we have an invoice number at the top, an invoice number right there, 2 invoice numbers. We see it's coming same place, Minneapolis, coming through Fort Worth. And then Miami is involved in the mix. Oh, and the other one too, it shows the Miami address. And the payment, and the same EM200, and the Midas Rex drill, and the same price. And refurbished, and seal, and Patricia Duran. We see all of those things on this one again. So now we go back up now to this. See the same thing coming from Fort Worth. And we see 1,605, same price. Exchange rate, think it's the same. But remember I told you that the first one weighed 1 pound? No, weighed 2 pounds. It was 0.9. No, 0.9. It was, yeah, 0.9. That's 2 pounds. Almost, yeah, 2 pounds. Look at this one now. This one weighed 1 pound, 0.4. Right? And then we have all of the customs thing here, and we have this here, and we're going on and on. And I think there's a Miami address here. So, place of loading, Miami. See that? See it right here. It's shipped from Texas. It's ordered through Minneapolis, shipped through Texas, come to Miami, and it from Miami to Jamaica. Keep that in mind. Keep that Miami address in mind. I'm going to show you something pretty soon. And here it is right here. It says Midas Rex surgical drill. Here it is right here. Midas Rex surgical drill refurbished. It didn't say drill parts or whatever. It said it says what it says. So you look at that and you say, something is going on here. No, there's a third one. I don't know if Kevin put up the third one. There's a third one. Is it this? Yeah. All right, people. So now you see 2 invoices shipped out the same day in November. 2 different weights, same price. From Minneapolis, Texas, Miami, Jamaica. Same company. Now here's another one. But before I show you this invoice, before I show you the customs form, let me show you now this one doesn't say Medtronics. Look what the one I said. Wuhu Hujin Instrument and Device Company. Where is it? Zhejiang District, Wuhu City, Anhui, China. China. There it is. Commercial invoice. See it? And look at this date. This date says it's a different date. November 1st. Remember the other two, November 13. And look at what it says. 3 electrical drill. I don't know what kind of drill. But it's going to the same place. Medical. It's going to medical, Meditech, right? 3 drills. Electric drill. How many? 3. Unit price, $300. $900. So each drill at $300. Don't know what kind of drill, but it just happened to be in the same month. Total US dollars, 900. Now look at this. For 3 drills, look at the weight, 14 kilograms. That's more than 28 pounds. And if you divide that by 3, it's more than 9 pounds per drill. I know somebody says the contract person, Andrew, but I don't think it's the, I know somebody say this and say, but I don't make any use. We need to check out this phone number, 793-4061. But take a look at this. Here's the invoice. Here is the customs form that Jamaica, see it right to Jamaica Customs Agency. Here it is right here. That went along with it, right? See, I think it's the same person, Garfield Greg. And I think this is a different address. Medical Technologies, but they have, I guess they have several addresses because I've seen this address before. This one here, I've seen this one before. And oh, let me go back and look and see if there's an invoice number on this. I guess this must be the invoice number, that number, because I don't see it anywhere else on it. All right. So then here's something else. 117,000 Jamaican dollars is coming from China. But look where it's coming. Look, place of loading, Miami. It's coming from China and it's going through Miami. Again, the investigator and me said, wait a minute, we have 2 from America going through Miami and we have 3 coming from China going through Miami. Is that the normal route? I don't know. And go to the exchange rate, that. And here's the weight again. And that is that. No. They came out and they said when Dr. Doss came out and he mentioned some stuff, they said, no, you're talking about the EM200 and we're talking about the 800. So far, we haven't seen any invoices for an 800. We haven't seen a customs form for 800 and we haven't seen an invoice for 800. So it would have been easy for them to just come and say, here are the forms, you pick up, this the wrong one. We haven't seen that. We've seen words. Let me show you something. Where is it? Okay. This is, no, I need to show you something else. Hold on. Kevin, where you there? We need to bring up the one document with everything on it. I think, where is it? No, that is not it. I need to. All right. What? Kevin, are there with me? I need to. There's one document I need to show, and it's going to tie in everything. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can find it. Doom, boom, doom. Invoice. That's the picture of it. By the way, let me show you the picture of the 800. I think this is the one that they're talking about.
It should be the one out on the right at the end.
Yeah. When I look for Kevin, I look for the one document with the company's information, because I want to show the people who is involved with this company. You remember that document that we got that I said I want that one? I didn't want the one that was marked up already. You remember? Kevin, are there with me? So this one is 15,000. And if we believe that this is a drill that you're talking about, we don't have any invoices for this drill. And I'm being told, I don't know if it's true, I'm being told that no such drill came in Jamaica, at least through customs. They don't have anything evidencing that this came through. Now, it may prove to be otherwise later on, but as of right now, we haven't seen a customs declaration showing that this type of a drill came through, and we haven't seen an invoice from any company, right? What Kevin gone? Oh, my look feet. Hold on a second. It's the one with the whole. I think it's there. I know it's there. So let me lay out the scene for you now, while Kevin is looking for that document. Whenever you have a company, you have to register a company in Jamaica. And when you register it, you have your shares, and then you'll tell the government, these are the people involved in the company. Here is how the shares are distributed, and so on and so forth, right? Because the government make a little money off of that, and then you get to operate. So what they did was they registered the company, and the company, when they registered it, 100,000 shares in this company. 100,000. And in the 100,000, that's a lawsuit, Kevin. That's a lawsuit. That's not it. 100,000 shares. 40,000 went to a gentleman by the name of Donovan Williams. I believe he's an MP. 40,000. When you look at the document, 40,000 went to him. 5,000 went to a lady, and 5,000 went to a gentleman, and 50,000 unissued. So Mr. Donovan Williams was the majority shareholder in the company. Then we were told that later on that he's holding the shares in trust for someone, right? He's holding the shares in trust for someone. We don't know who that someone is, at least not on the record. And when he wrote his letter a couple of days ago, 2 days ago or whatever, saying that Dr. Dawes should apologize and he's going to seek legal counsel regarding possible action against Dr. Dawes, and I'm being told that he filed already, I'm not sure. He said, I'm holding these shares and I've been holding them for a number of years, and we decided a few years ago that we're gonna transfer the shares, and I'm waiting for the legal process to come to fruition. That should have happened years ago, right? That should have happened years ago. Kevin is looking for that. He's looking for that one document that I want to show you how things pan out with the. He's looking for it. I can't get to the thing. I can't get to the the screen yet because he has the mouse. But what I'm going to show you is that company had a problem. What's the nature of the problem? The nature of the problem is that there's a gentleman who had the 40,000 shares prior to Mr. Williams. And there came a point in time when the shares were transferred to Mr. Williams. And the gentleman who initially owned the shares took the company and Mr. Williams to court. I'm going to show you that court action. This court action I'm going to show you has only really to deal with one issue. Yeah, that's it. That's it, Kevin. And the issue that I have to show you, the issue that the court dealt with, was whether or not the person for whom Mr. Donovan Williams was holding the shares, whether his identity should become public. Right? And the court said, no. They call him Mr. A. And I don't know if A means Andrew. Could mean anything, but they call him Mr. A. All right, this is it, Kevin. They call him Mr. A. And they said,
that's it. 1 second.
They said based on the transactions between the parties, it was intended that this gentleman should be a silent partner, that his identity was not supposed to be known. Right? That's, can I move now, Kevin? Okay, it's there. All right.
Yeah,
oh, you want to add it? Okay, here we go, people. Here we go. There we go. Company's Office of Jamaica. Let me make it smaller. Full company details. Here it is. Medical Technologies. Ligani address. They're involved with medical equipment and supplies. And look at when it was incorporated. Let me draw things over here so now, in a green as Kevin instructed me. Here it is right here. Incorporation date, December 2007. And here's the number of shares they started out with. And here's the number of shares that they issued, 50,000, and they had unissued 50,000. 50,000 just sit down in the bank, right? Now, here are the people involved, and it's necessary that we look at all of these people, right? Yes, indeed. First person, I don't know how you pronounce that, Athol or Athol Hamilton. First person. Second person, Trudy and Natasha Ricketts. Now, if you look right here, you see this ceased director. This gentleman here, Winfield Boban. And you see him have a Sussex Drive, Carrollton. I think this is a Texas address. Not sure. And then now you have, that's a director. These are, I guess these are, must be the ceased director. These are the directors. Oh, here it is. This is the secretary, Ethel Hamilton. This is a director, Trudy and Natasha Ricketts. And then they have somebody called, they said it's a ceased director. Used to be a director, no longer the director. Winfield Boban. And here are the shares broken up, right? This is 2000. Remember now when the company formed 2007, right? In 2009, because they had to do, this is an update now, you know. This is an update, people. Remember, this is an update. 2009, we have Donovan Williams. And how much shares Mr. Williams get? Right here. 40,000 shares. Then we have Ethel Hamilton. See? Look at the date. See, 2007 was when the company was formed. Right? So you see that Donovan Williams got his shares later in time. Trudy and Natasha Ricketts and Ethel Anthony Hamilton, they got their shares on the same date. December 2007. And here we have their shares. 5,000, 5,000. So that's 10,000. And Mr. Williams, he has, and it says right here, shareholder. See it right here, so shareholder. He has 40,000. They have 10,000 combined because the other 50,000 has not been issued. And here is Mr. Winfield Boban again, right? All right. Now, we're going on to this. With the lawsuit that Kevin, okay, here it is. Look at this, people. Winfield Boban And who is he suing? Medical Technologies. And who else is he suing? Donovan Williams. There it is. First defendant is the company. Second defendant is Mr. Williams. Right? And remember now, we know, the company started in 2007. Mr. Williams got his shares 2009. So there was an update to the records. And here is when the case was heard, 2016. And there is the issue basically right there. It says this dispute concerns the ownership of 4,000 shares in the first defendant. First defendant, again, just for everybody's knowledge, Medical Technologies, right?
40,000, sir. 40,000.
Oh, 40,000, sorry. It says the determination of the claim will rest significantly on the resolution of factual issues surrounding the circumstances in which the shares were acquired. The authorized share capital of the first defendant, the company, is 100,000. We show that. 40,000 of which were transferred to the claimant, to Mr. Bobam, in or about December 2008. They were thereafter, see it right, so people, they were the first top of the screen. They were, oh, well, let me make it bigger. They were thereafter transferred to the second defendant, Mr. Williams, in about April 2009. Now, the claimant, Mr. Bobam, he's saying, look, the shares are being held on trust for him, for him. He said they're being held for me. And the first defendant said that Mr. Bobam has no interest in the shares. The claimant has no interest in the shares. The company says Mr. Williams holds the shares on security for or on behalf of an individual who made loans to the company. And the judge says, I will refer to this individual as A. See it right there? I will refer to this individual as A. And the first defendant, the company, said that this arrangement to have this person who we can't name was to assure the confidentiality of the relationship. We don't want nobody to know that this man is giving us money, loaning us money, and is a part of what we're doing. So what we did was we gave his shares to this attorney and have the attorney just hold on to the shares. So the question was, should Mr. A's identity be disclosed to the public? And there it is right there. They said the second application, there was a previous one, was filed by the company to prevent the disclosure of Mr. A's identity and his connection to the company. Then there it is. On the 18th of November, the company proceeded with this application to restrain Mr. Bobam from this. Mr. Bobam knew who this person is, you know. And they said, we want to restrain Mr. Bobam from telling everybody who this person is. And then the judge says, having heard submissions and considered the evidence, I rule in favor of the company. And then the reason follow. Here's the reason. I'll just show you some key things. He said, the first defendant, the company fears that this disclosure may become public. It's right there, the last line. Right? Keep going. And here it is. It said at the crux of the application, the crux of the matter is was what are the parties entitled to a reasonable expectation of privacy. And he said, look, there was a business arrangement and an agreement that this would be private, nobody would know, and therefore, and they took steps to do that. So the judge is saying, well, should I rule that you can now come out and tell the world who this person is? And to make a long story short, the judge said no. The judge said based on the, because they said even in the affidavit, they referred to him as a silent partner. And they referred to him as a longtime friend. And so the judge is saying, do we want to put that out there? And here's another one in Mr. Hamilton's affidavit. Remember, Mr. Hamilton is a director. He said, on behalf of the company, also kept the identity confidential. So we don't know who Mr. A is, and that's what this lawsuit is about. Who is Mr. A? Because Mr. Bobam won't tell the whole world who this man is. Apparently, this man is some important person. Let me just skip through most of this and go down to the end, and that's it. So that's what that issue was about. Now remember, now we're not, this is 2016. Well, guess what happened in 2023? This happened. What, Kevin? Companies Act. Okay. Okay, no, the one before that. Companies Amendment. What the other one? Public procurement. Okay, this is it. All right, well, let's go back to this one. No, in 2023, right? And we can show you, this is what, 109. The Companies Act, and what they did was they had an amendment to the act. And here's the amendment.
Wait, before you show the amendment, you need to show, let's go ahead and share this out.
Well,
because it's not displaying yet. So here we go. And if you would be so kind to share that front page again.
Oh, the
so
front page.
So people will see the document.
There it is, the company.
The first page of the document.
There it is. There it is. And there was an amendment. Oh, here it is, the amended act. All right, here it is. This is the amendment to it. And look at the date, 2023. Remember now, the court ruled in 2016, right? That we can't share the name. And in 2023, they had an amendment, and it's right. Here it is right here. Here it is right here. See that? An act to amend the Companies Act. See it right? See it right here. So what this is saying, we have the Companies Act, and this document is now amending portions of it. And let me see for the, okay, I think this is it, right? Okay. Now you go to section 12, and you see what it says? Where a company has notice of any trust. Remember now, the lawyer said, let me big it up here. See it? Remember now, the lawyer said, what the lawyer said? The lawyer said, I am holding that in trust. And we're going to show you what he said. I am holding this in trust. And in 2016, the court said, continue to hold it in trust. We're not going to make nobody know who Mr. A is. But 2023 now, they amended the law. And it says, where a company has notice of any trust, whether express, implied, resulting, or constructive, affecting the membership of the company, and it was affecting the membership of the company, it says, the company shall enter the particulars of the beneficial owner in the register. Now, the question you have to ask yourself is, who is the beneficial owner? Or better yet, what is the definition of a beneficial owner? And so we need to go back up here. We're walking through this enough, people. Here it is right here. See that? See that? Beneficial owner means the individual who exercises, whether directly or indirectly, ultimate effective control and ultimate ownership of a company. Now, this man he says he has it in trust, but he has 40,000 out of the 50,000 shares issued. So you draw from that what you want. That's one definition of a beneficial owner. Second one is, if there is no individual exercising both ultimate effective control and ultimate ownership of the company, the individual who exercises, whether directly or indirectly, either ultimate effective control or ultimate ownership. What it means is that if there's no person saying that I am the owner, they look to the conduct, indirectly or directly, to see who's doing what. So what does that mean? If I were investigating this case, I would be looking at the bylaws to see what the bylaws say about somebody holding shares in trust for somebody else. I would look to the tax administration of Jamaica to see who is paying taxes on the dividends. I would look to see statutory declarations because he's a parliamentarian. I would look to see minutes of the board meeting if he's directing and he's in charge, because remember now, him can overrule the other two because him have majority shares. Him have 40,000 and they only have 10. I would look to see if he's in compliance with this act, the Companies Act. Those are some of the things I'd be looking at. But then this goes on to say, also, you can be a beneficial owner. Someone can be a beneficial owner if the individual who exercises control, and know what you say is you don't say the conjunction, you don't say and, you say or. Remember, if you look up here, you see right here, B, if there's no individual exercising both, that means you have to do both. And if you look up here, this one said this individual who exercises, whether directly or indirectly, ultimate effective control, and so you must do both. Under A and under B. Now under C, it says the individual who exercises control. Look on this word of people. Follow me. Look right there, so. See what it says right there, so? Or. You can do one or the other. If you do one or the other. A and B, you must do both. The third one, if it's one or the other, in any of the ways stated, come on, in paragraph A or B, over a company, body or persons, trust or other legal arrangement. This is one who says if you own 25%, look at this, if you own 25% or more of a company, now him have 40%. Him is saying him don't own it, but legally, because we don't see any document saying that he's owning it in trust for somebody. So based on the company's, the filing, he's the owner of it. Now, if he says I'm not the owner, I'm just a trustee, then he has to come and present the document showing that he's a trustee and don't own the document. He's owning it in trust. He's holding it in trust for somebody. We haven't seen that document. And then it goes on to explain more things. But let me show you what he said. That's part 2, right, Kevin? Yeah, this is part 1. All right, here we go. This is his statement. Donovan Williams, right? And he goes on to say, a search of the company's records, company's office records, will show that my name is reflected as one of the shareholders. That is true. He said, my name being listed as a shareholder in this company merely reflects that I was designated as a trustee in my capacity. Where's that document? And we don't want no backdated document neither. We want to say our authentic document, because we have handwriting expert and ink expert who can tell when the ink up on the paper. I'm not saying that he's going to be doing it. I'm just saying that we need to, whenever we get that document, we need to have an expert look at it. And if they need help, we can help with that. I can find people. I know people who can look at documents and can tell when the ink go up on the paper. And I have people who can tell who the handwriting, who wrote whose signature, who wrote something. So he said, the assertion by Dawes that I own the company is reckless and misleading. I don't know where that is coming from, because we haven't seen the document saying that he's a trustee. Show us the document and then we'll be fine. He said, I became a trustee. All right, here it is. He said, I became a trustee for some of its shares in 2009. A legal dispute later ensued thereafter as to the beneficial ownership of the shares. Now, I don't have that lawsuit, the first one, but that's talking about it. So that's why I'm saying I need to see that document. I need to see it before I can say, well, yes, he's a trustee. He's saying right here that there's a lawsuit and he was declared a trustee. I need to see that document. And he said it was in those proceedings, it was made clear and accepted by all that I had no beneficial. Where's the next one? This is a what two there, Kevin? Like this? Hold on.
Two the right beside it.
No, no, this one, no, it must be this. No, that's a lawsuit. I just saw two. Think that, people them have Pegasus in full effect around upon we, you know.
I wonder if you inadvertently closed it.
This is two. Here it is.
Yes.
Right. Now, he said he has no beneficial interest in the shares, never did, and at no time did he ever assert such an interest. And that's fine. That's fine. I don't have that document, so I need to see that document. And like I said, it's not just the document, you know, but you have to look at the conduct. So I want to see, like, let me go over them. I want to see the bylaws, who filed for the taxes, statutory declaration, minutes of board meeting, compliance with the statute. I want to see all of those things, and there are some additional things I would like to see, including the lawsuit that says he has no beneficial interest. Because, you know, the lawsuit, the judge could have ruled that he has no beneficial interest, but in his conduct, he could have acted as if he had that interest. And that's what we want to see. We just don't only want to see the lawsuit. No, he said, listen to this. No. He said, my role as a trustee is a matter of verifiable record, meaning that he's talking about the lawsuit. He said, this matter was resolved in 2022, and 2022, put it up right there, son. The highlighted area, people. This matter was resolved in 2022, and my attorneys have since prepared the necessary documents to facilitate the shares being passed to the beneficial owner, Mr. A. 2022. Let's look at the next sentence. Removing my name as a shareholder of this company from the company's office is therefore now just a matter of formality. 2022, what year are we now? 2025, people. It shouldn't take 3 years, because if it's just a matter of formality, it shouldn't take 3 years for him just take it down there. Somebody take it down and say, change it on this thing.
But we know things slow in Jamaica. Come, Mr. Rattigan, we know things slow in Jamaica.
3 years to just have them say, to take the document down there and say, just have this reflect that I am no longer a trustee of shares in this company. Here is the person who's a beneficial owner. But I have something else. Remember this? Want to remember this? Want to remember this? The Companies Act of 2023. Remember now him said 2022, him lawyers, him starting up. This passed in 2023. So why didn't he comply with this in 2023? That says that you have to put the name of the beneficial owner there. You don't forget, wait, say it. Wait there. I go too fast, enough, Kevin.
Section 16.
12. Here it says, yeah. Where a company has noticed trust. Big it up. Where a company has notice of any trust, whether implied, blah, 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 you must enter the particulars in the register, and they tell you where the register is. Why never do that then in 2023? Remember now, him same lawyers, them finalize everything in 2022, and it's just a matter of formality to change it, and we in 2025. This came out in 2023 and says that if you holding stuff in trust for somebody, then you have to report it. You have to put it in a register. Why wasn't that done? Or was it done? Was it done? That's the question I want to ask him. Was it done? Did you comply with this? And then my good friend Kevin go find a lawyer.
It was a major issue. It was a major issue at the time, Mr. Rattigan.
It says you must do it in conjunction with the Public Procurement Act. Which part is it, Kevin? We have another section here. Oh, Sita. No, this have to do with the procurement. There's another section inside here that we looked at today. Oh, this have to do with the procurement, saying that there's certain things that you must do. But we're not going to touch the procurement right now. We're going to leave the procurement for now because we don't want to confuse people with the registration of the beneficial owner along with the procurement. We don't want to touch the procurement. No. So we see what's going on here. 2007 company farm. Then we have a man who was on the board and somehow his shares were transferred and him say, hey, I want to make it public. Who get my shares? Court says, no, we're not going to do that in 2016. And in 2023, this law passed saying if somebody's holding shares, then you have to report and then now at least put it in the register. And then this man come out and said, no, Dr. Dawes Fuller, you know what? Because everybody knows that I was just a trustee. Hold on then.
You skip 2022, you know.
Yeah, hold on there. See this right also? Trust. You hold something in a trust. Remind me now, 2022, what happened? Come here, go far.
You need to have it on the screen if you were to show it to people.
Oh, sorry. Now go too far. See it right here, so the first line, where a company has notice of any trust, right? And remember what the man said. The man said, I am a trustee, right? So him should have report that. Let me move this. Talk to me about 2022.
2022, and it says just mere formality before they change.
Yes, 2022 mere formality, and then the law passing. The law was he's free, and he should have registered and let them know that hey, the beneficial owner is over here. Yeah. But here's the question: why is it them don't want the beneficial owner's name come out?
Mr. A?
Yeah, but I want to show them something. We're going to come back to that, people. But I have to show you this. I must show you this. And this is going to make a lot of people have sleepless nights. Where is it? Medtronic. Okay, see it. Remember, so we're showing you the building. I don't know if you remember. What the building there again, Kevin? Talk to me quick now, brother. What the building there, Kevin? Oh, see the building, yeah? And remember, we're showing you this. So this is the building. And remember now, them say them have buildings in Florida, Minneapolis, Texas. We also found out that them have other buildings, other operations in America. Right? And I'm going to tell you something that happened recently. But I want to watch this video and the people who involved with it. You said the two invoices. What we show? We believe that there's something we can't, at this point, we don't know, but it just looks suspicious with all the things I pointed out. It may very well be authentic, but it's unusually authentic with seals and dates and all of these things. So, Kevin can't wait for me to play that video, I know. Kevin can't wait. So what happened is this, and let me just set the stage for this. Now you see the FBI. Wait, put the FBI aside. There's a group called National Academy. What is the National Academy? The National Academy is composed of police officers who go to the FBI Academy for specialized training. And when they come back to their respective police departments, they're usually promoted. Most of the time, they're promoted. They come there and I think it's like a 4 months course or whatever. I can't remember because when I was there, they were there as well. And they come from all over the world. They have an association that they can just go to a website. If they need something in any country, they have a brother. All they have to do is say, hey, I'm a National Academy graduate, class, blah, 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 blah. Instantly. It's almost like a lodge. Instantly, the help is coming. The FBI, they have something similar like that. And the FBI, the retired agents, and they work alongside some of these National Academy graduates as well. So they can get information. Now, there's a group called Egmont Group. It's a group of financial investigators. So they would work with the FID, Financial Investigative Division, assigned to the Ministry of Finance. So all they have to do, if they need something like the Prime Minister, if they want to find out if he has accounts overseas, they could go to Egmont. FID could go to Egmont. Egmont is financial investigators globally. So they could go to them and say, look, we have a prime minister who's not cooperating. Can you tell us if he has a registered bank account or investments in your country? Here's his name. Here's his date of birth. Here's a picture of the man, blah, blah, blah. They could do that. Similarly, National Academy, if somebody is interested to find out what's going on, they could do it. The retired agents, they could get involved. And a lot of the FBI retired agents, they are private investigators. Why do I mention that? Because they too have their own group worldwide. They can reach out to any country and find somebody. They have a huge database of connections. If I want to find somebody, it's not difficult. Even in Cayman, Candymax, it's not difficult. So what happened when we heard about the invoices floating? And remember what I said, the invoices, the company is saying that those invoices, they're not the ones in dispute. Then as far as we're concerned, because it's not that model that we sold to the government. It's 800 and the invoices had to do with the 200 model. But here is why it's important to find out about the 200. If it turns out that the company did not issue these invoices and somebody made up these invoices concerning an American company, a whole lot of federal violations. And those people are subject to federal prosecution. Not prosecution in Jamaica. Prosecution in America for using companies' details that they have no authorization to do. The company can bring that. We in the diaspora can encourage the company to bring that. And from what I'm being told, those invoices, they're not authentic. However, I don't know this for a fact. I have heard some things. I've seen some things. But for now, I will let them rest. I will let them rest until I get further verification. I'm going to show you a video of what we did in Texas with Medtronic. Here we go. Let me stop the video, right? 4620, right? That's it. That's the address. Hold on. Let me remove that. Just so you know. There it is, 4620.
You want the photo again? Nice.
There it is, 4620. All right. So let's go back to the video. Let me go back just a little bit more so you can see. Whoop. 4620. All right. The facade looks the same. Here we go.
Hello? Hello? Hi, how are you, sir? Well, if she went to get lunch, she should get us some lunch with her.
How can I help you, sir?
May I speak to Patricia Duran?
Patricia Durant. Is she expecting you?
No, no.
You hear that? Patricia Durant. Remember, that name is on the invoice. Invoices, two of them. And you hear what the gentleman said. He didn't say she doesn't work here. He said, is she expecting you? Is she... Let me play that back so I can hear.
Well, if she went to get lunch, she should get us some lunch with her.
How can I help you, sir?
May I speak to Patricia Duran?
Patricia Durant. Is she expecting you?
No, no. I just wanted to verify 2 invoices that.
See? Electronics, and see it at the back?
Voicemail. It went straight to voicemail. She may not be here today. I know a lot of people leave early today on Friday, so let me check her teams real quick.
Please.
Looks like she's
Okay, who can verify the authenticity of this invoice?
You hear that? We're trying to verify the authenticity of these invoices.
I don't think you guys have a seal.
too sure. Let me see.
Thank you.
This is like the worst day to come for this because so many people leave early today.
Okay.
Let's stop it there, sir. We're going to keep it in suspense. Let's stop it there, sir. No. No, here's what happened. Next week, we're going to have verification. We already have verification about this information. We're not going to share it. There's a handful of people who know about this, and we're not going to share it. So what we have to do, you see, people, sometimes when you hear something, you can't say the source, you can't say what was heard, you use it as intelligence. You use it as a guide to go elsewhere to verify it, but you will never mention that information because there's a handful of people who will be exposed. So you don't do that. Somebody tell you something, you go find another place to verify what they said, and then you find another place to verify what that other person said. And then you'll get your answer. And eventually you'll get to a point where you can come out and say, yes, here's what I found. But guess what? You'll never mention the first person that told you. Right? That's called intelligence. That's how you act on intelligence. And that's how it becomes intelligence, because it's information. Sorry, in the first instance, it's information. Somebody gave you information. And that's what intelligence is. It's verified information. That's intelligence. Somebody tell you that somebody down the road, and you know the Jamaican police said, oh, we acted on intelligence. That's not intelligence, sir. That's information. Information is when you verify. I mean, intelligence is when you verify the information through various sources. Essentially, that's what it is. So we have this. And like I said, we already have information. And remember, we don't ask questions if we don't know the answers. We already have some information, but we're not going to do anything with it. We're going to go another route. We're going to find out. Because if it turns out that the invoices, this is separate and apart from what Dr. Dawes is doing, you know. This is separate and apart. You know, you're talking about fraud and a whole bunch of other things. You're talking about impersonation, a whole bunch of things. And so if let me be very careful. If it turns out that the 2 invoices I showed you today, that they're bogus, people are going to have some problems. People are going to have some problems. And that is separate and apart from the 800 model neuro drill that you can get anywhere in the state. You can get, not anywhere, but you can get online or through companies somewhere between $15,000 and $30,000 US dollars. And let's say they add another 10 grand, you know, for duties, this, that, to bring it in. That's 40. Well, then, if that is the case, why do we have this? Tufton backs 31 medical surgical purchase. Why? Why? And by the way, Kevin, I think we have a video of him. There's a video of him. There's a video of him walking through the hospital.
Yes.
You see it? I don't see it.
I'm not on your computer right now.
Yeah, I don't see it. And by the way, people, just so you know, we have a lot more things.
You're referring to that insensitive video where he's laughing at the start of it?
He's walking through the hospital, and then they show him they demonstrate the machine for him, or they
drill. They show the drills. Yeah. The parts of the drill, the foot pedal, the motor, the actual drills.
He said he has no problem with the procurement process. That's another story, people. The procurement process. We don't even want to touch that right now because we don't even have the time for that. But here's another one. It says here, Tufton rejects last criticism over 31 million neurosurgical drill. Now, here's the thing. He's on record now of saying that I have no issues with the purchase, 31 million. So if they're referring to the 800 model, I was told that the 800 model is very similar to the 200 model. It's just a matter of bells and whistles, but essentially it does the same.
Connectors are different too.
Eh?
The connectors are slightly different.
Yeah, connectors slightly different, but essentially it's the same. It's the same equipment, just an upgraded version of it or a newer version of it. So now let's say they purchase it for 40,000, and they spend 10. That's 50, right? They spend 10 to bring it in and all of that. And if it's the same drill that they sold to the government, now they're saying, I saw somewhere they said they didn't get any money yet. It's being used, but they didn't get. I don't know about all of that. That's what they're saying. Now, if that is the case, how you go from 50,000 then to 98,000? How you go from 50 to 198? Let's say that they didn't get any money yet. They won a bid and they have to be paid. So the question with the procurement process is, what was the lowest bid? Because that's why you have procurement and you have bids. Because the government is known for doing what? Selecting the lowest bidder. So if there was a bid less than 31 million, they will want to know why. We want to know why. All of these, we're just asking questions, as we should as citizens. We're asking questions, and that's why, people, it is so critical for you to think through these things, because here's what happened now. Some people might say, well, I just the drill, it have nothing to do with me. No, it's your money. As Jamaica and Janet say, I feel with business. And because of that 31 million, some of the things didn't get purchased. That could have been purchased. And by the way, with the 3 Chinese drills, what were they for? We don't know what's going on with these drills. First, I thought it was only 1 drill that came into the country. Now we see that in November, 5 drills came into the country. to the same company. So all of these things, you find it, Kevin?
The thing that stood out the most for me on the invoice again, it was the way how they put the date, Kevin. Jamaicans don't write date like that.
You mean
That's
Americans?
how Jamaicans write date, not how
Yeah.
Americans write dates. Because I've dealt with American documents over and over. And that is how America write the date different. America do month first, day after, and then year. Jamaica do day first, month, and then year. So that invoice looking a bit suspicious. We're not hearing you, Mr. Rattigan.
Kevin, you find it? The invoice with Dr. Tufton.
The video.
Folks. Huh?
Yeah,
The video.
the video. I'm gonna have to re-upload it.
Did you find it?
Yeah, I have it.
Okay. All right, folks, listen, while Kevin is re-uploading it, we have Fireman Conrad O'Brien from 93 FM who just called in, the man who speak truth to power regardless of who the guy or the girl is. Conrad O'Brien, welcome to welcome to Reason with Rattigan, sir.
So he should
rebel with a cause, boy. Listen to me now, man. You're doing some work here, and of course, you know that I have basically put you now in the realm of top investigative journalists, because that's the work you're doing. Real heavy lifting. And you know, Ratty, people must know the genesis of this, you know, from whence this came. This is something that has been looming from about January or thereabout. I did the first interview with Senator Lambert Brown on it when he raised it on my program. As a matter of fact, yesterday the senator sent me a message to say, Conrad, congratulations, because you have named this as a scandal from
We are making the report.
I saw scandal written over this thing from day one, Rattigan, and it's a shame, because what this is, Ratty, is the latest in the series of corrupt act and scandal under the Andrew Holness-led administration. And it begs the question now, Ratty, and we can see things have a way of showing up itself, you know. The seven Newland principles of government, that good governance, that the government refuses to sign. That is basically embedded in all of this, you know, Ratty, because it talks about transparency, it talks about accountability, and all of those sorts of things. I know, Ratty, if you can, where producer there can just bring up the 7 principles so that it can be read. And this is what the Prime Minister advised his ministers, his MPs and senators not to sign. On the other hand, Mark Golden and his cabinet, shadow cabinet members and member of parliament and senators sign off on that. So one begs the question, is it that the Prime Minister recognized that, listen, they are not nothing with good governance. It's about how much food a man can eat. So they wouldn't sign off on this. Because when you look at this, and I am very passionate, because just the week before into last week, I have been assisting this young lady who has this 4-year-old son to do a brain surgery at UHWI costing over $1 million. She is literally out there cap in hand, begging to raise this money. And this is happening against the background when at the maximum, because we're not asking anymore. We know exactly what we're talking about. At maximum, this drill with its accompanying parts, connectors and so on, could cost no more than about $3.5 million. And we're talking about an expenditure here that has been shelled out by the Southeast Regional Health Authority, the Ministry of Health, with this company of $31 million, $27 million for the equipment itself, and they said there's another $3.5 million, or 4 million rather, 4.5 million or something like that, that is there for a 2-year maintenance cost that add into it. And you know, Ratty, this is another in the series that the Jamaican people must hold the government and its agency accountable, and we should be seeing, if Jamaica was being run by decent men and women, we'd be seeing resignation on the table, left, right, and center already. You ask the question, Ratty, and those of us who understand a little bit, well, you are more proficient in this, but you know, I myself understand a few things about the whole business of registering a company, the whole business of beneficial owner, and so on. And as you correctly point out, Ratty, who is basically flexing their muscle, as it were, as it relates to the direction of the company? That person, in effect, is carrying out the duty of what a beneficial owner would be carrying out. Am I correct?
Correct.
Indeed. So this gentleman, this Williams gentleman, you know, who talking about suing and so on, because that's what Jamaica boils down to, Ratty. Once you dare to ask serious question, you're threatened with lawsuit, as if you are supposed to shut up, because here it is, we are running our own little fiefdom, and we are king and queens round here, and you can go to hell. This is what it's tantamount to, Ratty, and I'm indeed delighted to hear about the probing as it relates to the handwriting expert, and also another layer, not just handwriting, but as it relates to the time frame, you know, the time frame when the ink was basically placed on that paper, because we're seeing skullduggery, Ratty, and corruption written all over this. And when you think, Ratty, this was coming to a close, by virtue of the names that are now swirling around and the direction that this is pointing to, it gets stinker and stinker as every passing second. Huh?
Right.
With every passing second, rather.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good.
You played a short clip just now, Ratty. I'd like you to just take your viewers and listeners through that initial aspect that you played just now. What this mean and where are you heading really? I know you said next week you will unveil much more, but it will be instructive for you to basically give a further synopsis as to what is really brewing here.
Yeah, draw me out, man. Yeah, try drawing me out.
Hold it.
Yeah, try drawing me out.
Conrad, this is where people fret and hold their breath, wait to exhale.
Yeah, what Kevin said? Kevin said, must wait to exhale. All I can say is that
I am prepared to do that, you know, and that is why I coach my language very, very carefully, and I use the word a synopsis.
Right.
So, but you know, if based on the trajectory that you're on, you're not so minded at this time because it would compromise anything.
Right.
Then I can hear.
Yeah. We have some things. We have some really significant things, and then we're building on it. And like I said, you know, we have people that they can go all over the world and find things. And this is one thing that we're going to follow. We're going to follow this to its logical conclusion, because the Jamaican people must know What did they spend $31 million for? And also the American company must know whether or not somebody was using their a purported invoice of theirs to collect funds from to collect funds of any sort or to benefit from it. One of the things that we're exploring is whether or not the invoice reflected an incorrect price so that they could pay a lower customs duty. We're not ruling that out. These are all the things we're looking at. So, like I said, a synopsis is this, that we are looking at various things. We're looking at various people. And this is being conducted at this point completely in the diaspora. And because we understand that we don't want to get people living in Jamaica involved in this because of the fear factor. We understand it. So we said, listen, we're going to do what we can do. And if it means that, Conrad, I'm telling you, they will be held to pay if it turns out that these invoices, the two, I'm not worried about the Chinese one. I'm talking about the two.
The American.
Yeah. If they turn out to be forged, fraudulent, bogus, I'm hoping that they're authentic, because if they're not, Conrad,
that would be punkas, pampunkas, or punkas, pampunkas.
it would be more plenty. That's what it would be, more plenty.
More plenty.
Yeah.
But Ratty, this is serious. Mr. Rattigan, could you, for our listeners, could you just basically tell us what is the FBI? What is the FBI?
Oh man, that would take like a 50-hour program to explain.
Yeah, man. Just
suffice it to say that it's the premier investigative body in the entire world. They have offices all over the world. They can reach out and touch in a matter in a timely fashion. The investigative tools that they have at their disposal are mind-boggling, mind-blowing when you see some of these things. In fact, they have a unit. That's all they do is just research and development. I couldn't even to go to that building. You have to get a special pass. As an FBI agent with the same clearances, you have to have a special pass and a special reason to go over to that section, because all they do is R&D on tools of the trade. And I've seen some things. Can't talk about them. Will never talk about them. I'll go to my grave with them. But believe me when I tell you, that if you can think about something that's impossible, it can be possible.
It is not as impossible.
In the pecking order, Mr. Rattigan, at what level did you leave the FBI?
I left as a unit chief. Prior to that, I was in charge. Well, prior to that, I was in charge of the office in South Africa. So everything having to do with the FBI, that was my bailiwick. We covered 17 countries. At one point, I was in charge of the office in Saudi Arabia. We covered 7 countries. Anything having to do with any FBI investigation, and training as well. That it came through. It came through my desk. I had to see it. I had to sign off on it. And when I was in Mississippi, I wasn't essentially the number 2 person, because I was in charge of counterintelligence. I was in charge of the field investigative group. That's a group that develops sources. I was in charge of weapons of mass destruction. I was in charge of, they call it national security division, the programs, all of the national security, all of the programs that you would need special clearances for. I had them, and the other guy, he had only the criminal program. And then when I was in at FBI headquarters, everything having to do with transnational organized crime in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East, the operations came through my desk. I had to sign off on those things.
Big work. Let me say something, Mr. Rattigan. You always said, whenever we pose a question and so on, it's leading somewhere, or we know the answer, or whatever, when we pose a question. I'll leave you with this evening, Mr. Rattigan. Based on what you just said, You're the most feared, and there is good reason why some people would never appear on your program.
Okay.
And there is good reason. There's also good reason why you are so feared by the present administration governing Jamaica, because they know your acumen, and indeed you are fearless, and you are on the side of Jamaica. Have a good evening to you and your panelists. I continue to listen.
All right,
God
my
bless
brother.
you.
All right. Thank you so much. Likewise. Bless up.
I know why Conrad asked the question, you know. It was for the editor senator. That was the reason for the question.
Look, Kevin, we have just 15 minutes. I won't even go on any further because there's so people, trust me, there is so much. Because when Kevin and producer Joan and I sat down this morning, we had them, and see, I'm chomping at the bit because we just want to make the people know what go on. But Kevin has said, no, you're too ambitious. You know, you cannot finish this all in one sitting. I'm gonna say, Kevin, just let me go make me run a little bit. Just let me run a little bit, man. And in one June, them just laugh at me this month because we have a lot more we can talk about with this drill business. We have a lot. We can talk about what the guy named Kevin, this gentleman here, because like I said, Boban, Winfield Boban, the guy who brought the lawsuit, the guy, where is it? This. Let me put it up here. This Winfield Boban, the gentleman who was part of Medical Technologies. We have a lot to talk about with him. We have a lot to talk about Mr. Williams. And we have a lot to talk about Medical Technologies. But
right,
time is the enemy right now. Truth is not the enemy. Time is the enemy. We can't go on because, as you know, we have the fundraiser coming up in 15 minutes. And we want all of you, almost 2,000 of you devices tuning. We want you to come on and support the thing because this is the kind of work we do around here. And we want you to sign up the Magnitsky petition, and we want you to make a donation tonight towards the Reconnection Rally. Jamaica, jump into the space and tell the people what's going on with the Reconnection Rally, sir. If you can.
100%, man. I just want to quickly say this. Mr. Andy Mashahele from South Africa said we need to stop saying that this is a scandal and stuff, because when we say it's scandal, we play down the importance of criminality. If the findings that Mr. Rattigan shows so far is indeed correct and confirmed, but so far it's looking like criminality. But people, thank you again. It's another day of learning. I got my book here. I got my highlighter. I have a whole heap of things, and I hope that you are doing the same thing as well, because what we're getting is an expert lending his knowledge to the Jamaican people, and we must appreciate it. And you know, this is the starting of growth for a country, because once our mind is fed, then we can make changes, right? And we want to tell you about the Reconnection Rally. I'm very, very happy about it. We have a dedicated team. The bureaucratic red tape on the ground, from going to offices, moving from one place to the next, it's worth it. And we want to say a big thanks to the aojldf to be putting on this thing. And I ask that the Jamaican people be a part of it. Those who want to volunteer, I see Opal put in the chat the number that you can call. We ask that you call, because this is a civic symposium. This is a come here, we talk as family members. The civics has been, you know, gone out of the school, and this is an opportunity for us to sit as Jamaican people, sit and talk, eat, play music, just enjoy with the whole family. And I can't wait to see you there. I want people to put in the comment section again. June 21st, we are ready. Come and see the Rebel as well. Let us hear your voice out there as well. Come as a family member. Come and eat and drink with the man. June 21st. I want to see some in the comment section, the June 21st, because this need for Jamaica need this like not yesterday, but last week. We need something like this, and I'm very happy to be a part of the Reconnection Rally and being on the ground. Can't wait for the day to come, and we want Jamaican people to come out and volunteer, come out and show up, and we ask that you donate as much as possible. Whatever you can, we appreciate it, because this must happen. The kids will love you for it. The future Jamaica will love you for it. I am excited, extremely excited about it. Can't wait for it to happen. And, you know, let us do something different. I see some June 21st going in the comment section. We need to see more. We need to see some art. We need to see some hands. We need a lot of things. We need a lot of support, because it by the time you look, it is June 21st. And we're asking, where are you? I know Uncle Rattigan has been sick for a time, and that kind of break the momentum when it comes on to it. But he has been fully committed prior to him not feeling well, during him not feeling well, and after him, you know, slowly has recovered. And we want people to support not just Mr. Rattigan, but support the Jamaican people who really need this. We really need something like this. We don't even realize how much we need this. And I would be happy to see all of the family members coming down for this. Can't wait to see you. Reconnection Rally, June 21st. We are looking at the comment section and we see a few of it, but we need more of it. All right? So Reconnection Rally, can't wait for it. Blessings.
There's a question from earlier, Jamaica.
Go ahead.
About potential transportation assistance. There's a group from Mandeville, like 30 plus people. Any mass transit from out of town to come into Kingston arranged?
So
in the process of being arranged?
So we have 3 buses that we're going to be offering, and when we're getting more information from people, most definitely we can arrange a transportation. And again, people we're asking for more donation, because we want as much as our family. We're saying we're catering to 2,000 people, but let's see how it can go. Yeah, we want to ensure that we have the cash ready, so that we can, you know, reach out to people and get these things done. So very, very good question, Kevin. Yes, we do. We are making provision for transportation, but we want people to connect to the number that Opal put in the comment section. Let us hear your questions, any concern. Anybody else have any more question? I like that question, Kevin. I want people to put their question in the comment section as well. Let us talk about it.
Let me quickly say that this past Thursday, I was fortunate enough to be invited to a meeting. Yvonne, the dietitian, my sister, will come on upon the program recently. She has a group. It's a Norman Manley High School and surrounding primary schools of Kingston 13. Not too far. The Norman Manley, they're right up the street from where we used to live on Maxfield Avenue. And it was a really, really nice discussion. Quite a few people turned up for it. And we talked, we chatted, and they promised me that they were going to tune in today and listen to the program. I hope that some of them, if not all of them, did. And it's a big group. I don't know if everybody tuned in, but I'm hopeful that some of them tune in and that they can share the message with those who didn't tune in. And we expect for them to become strong supporters of what we're doing, because at the end of the day, it's about Jamaica and Jamaicans. It's not about a political party. The political party came. That's something that, remember, you're not born a politician or born a Labourite or born a PNP. You're born a Jamaican. And then whatever you become. But you're born a Jamaican, and that's where we are. We're saying we're fighting for the Jamaican people. It just so happens that we have a government right now that we're trying to hold accountable, and it's out of control. It's out of control. And we go all the way back to 2016 to now. And the evidence is there. Go ahead, Jamais.
I see 2 questions in the comment section so far. Keep putting in your questions. I see security concern. It is at Ronnie William Entertainment Center. And we have gone through the proper procedure in order to secure the location. And it is not something on the street, and also it is a family event. And it is not about protesting on the road.
No.
It is about connecting with our Jamaican people, talking. It's about sharing information. It's about eating together, drinking together. We have never had something like this, and it is unprecedented, but something that is needed. I see another question: is the event going live? 100%, and we also encourage people who come about spread the joy, because this is what we're about. It's not about anything that we're being aggressive. No, it is about joy, sharing good time with family member, teaching family member. And this is what Reasoning with Ratigan is about. So let's bring it on the ground. And that's all it is about. Bringing the teaching, the love, the family. Again, I have never met Mr. Ratigan, and he considered me as a nephew, and I consider him as an uncle, and I learned so much from him. And I said it before, I really love Mr. Ratigan because he is very patient. And if this man don't tell you about who he is, you will think, say, I just want man to just come out here and want to talk to you. But it's trust me, people, when the man just talk about what the FBI is and who he is, I hope the editor senator knows you have to respect all the time. Put some respect and don't be rude.
You know, there's one thing that Rebel said that I don't support. I'd like for you in the future, sir, to mention that you didn't leave, you retired from the FBI.
Thank you.
It's not quitting, it's not
I have
firing.
retired thing too, you know. I have my retired credentials.
Yeah.
Yeah. I see Jaro 306 asking how you can contribute. Opal been putting the link in the comment section, so you can just look for OT and you will see the link how you can contribute. And more people were asking for the contribution. We want to see the contribution going up, because we have a long way to go in a short period of time, but I know that we can make it, and we will make it. And we just know that the family members has always been supporting, and this time our kids are asking you for the support as well, because they will be treated. As you see on the flyer, it is about bouncy house for them, it's about food for them, it's about enjoyment for them. We want you to support our kids, and you have always been doing so. So we appreciate you. We really, really do appreciate you. And if you can come to make up the numbers 100%, we want to not see the smiley face in the comment section, but we want to see the smiley face on your face. We can't wait to see you. So make it a day, June 21st. I'm looking through. I don't see any more comments, any more questions. I see Opal say play the promotion. Hopefully.
Yeah, but before you play the promotion, I have to apologize. I was sitting on here, I wasn't feeling well, and I had to literally get up and go and make some lemon and ginger tea. So yeah, I'm kind of getting back, you know.
Dr. Ben.
Yeah. But thing there, listening to Jamaica talk, you know, it would be good for the opposition and the prime minister to attend the event, so that you can have a full conversation about the issues, you know, with both of them, because the issues, it doesn't affect parties, it affects the country as a whole. So it would be really good if the prime minister or ministers from the, you know, ministers of government, as well as the shadow ministers, attend the event. It's not a political event, and have a conversation with the Jamaican people.
So true.
You know, to share their ideas and stuff, because this level of corruption cannot continue, and people are hurting. You know, people are hurting.
Yeah.
So it would be good to have that conversation, and where you can in real time hold their feet to the fire. But you said this. You understand me?
Yes.
How people are feeling, and have the people say to them, but where I live, it's not only about roads, it's about schools, it's about hospitals. My relative went to the hospital, I had to sit on a chair But you know, those things, so they understand that the issues are real, the people are real, and the
Yes,
experiences are real. So you
exactly.
know, Godspeed on that, because I tell you.
I tell you. I see Marissa asking where she can donate as well. OT, look for OT. She's putting up the link where you can donate. Coming from Canada for June 21st. Big up child, God's child in real life, coming from Canada to attend the event. Anybody else we want to see some more June 21st, go up in the comment section, because we want to ensure that as much people as possible come, the family members, and continue to donate, man. Continue to support. Miss Daisy, will you be there? Put it at the spot, eh?
Yeah, well, we'll speak. I'll see.
Let me just say one quick thing that Kevin forced me to do this, because Kevin said it to me all the time. And him keep on and say, oh, them say former FBI agent, and him say you need to speak up and let people know that you're retired. I'm gonna say, Kevin, we didn't have them thing there. But him just said to me a while ago,
supervisor. Let's not leave that out.
Yes.
See there? See that? Department of Justice. See it right there now? All right. Sita. Retired.
Okay. Go ahead.
See it?
I think Robert Nesta Morgan had found out before. Before a lot of people.
But you know what you said. Kevin, Mike, and Ratigan, is that when you start holding people accountable, then they start to attack your character, not the issues that you are talking about.
So true.
And it is rather unfortunate. Address the issues. What you're saying, what we're all addressing. Is it wrong? Are there lies? Where are the lies? So if there are no lies, address the issues. There's no need to attack the person. It's unnecessary, because attacking the person still does not address the issue. That is at the core of the problem. That's all it is,
We don't worry about them, because listen, them not count. Them see it, but them not know it. Because I'm gonna tell you something, Maria. There are things that I've seen and there are things that I've done that I will never tell anyone, right? And it's not because, it's not because that I don't want to say it. Part of it is that you just can't say it. But I've done a number of things to save lives. Number of things. And do I even know? And they will tell you this. My friends in New York, they will tell you, say, if you didn't know that I work for the FBI, you would never know. Because we come around and we just like anybody else. We don't mention nothing about it, we don't carry on nowhere. Because that are not me. When me at work, it's different. But when me I socialize with my friends, it's just completely different. And so when people come out and say things, me just laugh, because listen, I served almost 30 years. I retired I joined in 1987, and I retired in 2017. And what I have forgotten is much more than what them will ever learn. Much more than they will ever learn, right? And we just want them to know, say, the time is coming when they're going to have to go take sleeping pills, because a lot of you won't be able to sleep.
Can you say that again? Because I think that pass go over a whole heap of people's head. What you have forgotten? What you have forgotten? Say that again.
That's up on the next T-shirt.
Oh, okay. I do.
No, because a lot of them say things, but they don't realize that the more you talk, and there's a certain person, a certain editor, senator, the more you talk is the more information you give me for work with, right? The more you work with. And believe me, the connections are there. The connections are there, and the connections are not just only outside Jamaica, the connections are there inside Jamaica. And believe me, people, when I tell you that there's a lot that I know that's going on in Jamaica, a lot. But I just get a little piece of what I know. I keep the rest because there'll come a day when I will have to use some of that information. Right now is not the time, but the time is coming, and the time will come when I will have to okay and start pulling the strings. So let me just make them go on back. Yes.
Sorry. Another thing I want you to do. I think you're going to have to just make a little cue card.
Yeah.
And some key points that need to be on this cue card. Attorney at law, along with retired supervisory special agent, FBI, or FBI supervisory special agent retired, whichever way you want to put it. But these two things really actually need to be there, because I think people forget. They think you're just talking out, that pulling things out of the air and shooting just for the sake of getting numbers on a social media platform. This is one place that don't do it for the likes, people. We do it for the love, not the love of the attention, but the love of a nation. Get it right. Get it in your head. If you're here as a supporter just to be a part of the hype and say, well, I know Will Rattigan, you're here for the wrong reason.
Right.
Right. Well, here's why I disagree with you, Kevin. You don't need any cue card. If by now they can't appreciate who you are and the work that you have done, that's their problem. That is not your problem.
No, Maria.
Let them do it.
It's for him, not for everybody else.
No, he knows who he is, and it's all good. He knows who he is. It's like they said, like they said enough. Old money don't wear their wealth on their sleeve.
Right,
New money does.
Right.
Rattigan is old money. He doesn't need to do all of that.
Here's something. Let me show you something. See that? Norman Montague, alias Bob Scoochie, Lap Scoochie, Jack Scoochie, just add Scoochie to anything, and I him that. And him said, tell them Curtin and Alfred Boyd. That's my mother and my father. You remember when the editor, senator said, when he came on Portland Spies, Colin Bell's program, he said, and Mr. Rattigan's claim to fame, or him said it somewhere, he said it another problem. Mr. Rattigan's claim to fame is that he's a retired or something FBI agent. And I said to him, it didn't come out clear because we were talking over each other, but I said it later on. My claim to fame is that I am the son of Alfred and Curdell Rattigan. That's my claim to fame. I honor my parents then.
True. You know, but Rattigan, something, Rattigan, here's the problem. You see, if you were being a sounding brass and a tinkling cymbal for the JLP, you would have no problem.
Mm-hmm.
There will nobody be questioning your integrity or your professionalism or nobody will be questioning that. But because you're on the side of truth, then it becomes problematic. That's not your problem. It's theirs.
I want to correct Miss Daisy. Miss Daisy said old money, but gold. Gold. That's what I'm going to tell you. Gold, not money.
Gold money.
You're going to lose value.
Gold.
Don't lose value.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
Yeah, somebody put inside, I think a Georgia Lynn said, Rattigan will not toot his own horn, not bring his own. No bells around here. So she put it. No bells around here. Georgia, big up yourself, Georgia. Big up yourself. Big up yourself. We're not give me a whole joke tonight. So, Sister Maria, tell me now, what going on with you? And about me, about you and the people. What going on? We don't see everybody ask, what happened? And people say, boy, there must be some distance between us. I mean, I said, no, I talk to Maria all the time.
No. We talk all the time. Because they don't see us on a platform, don't mean we don't talk all the time. Yeah, you'll be surprised at things that Rattigan and I talk about. And nothing is off limits, quite frankly. We talk all the time. Yeah. Because even when he wasn't feeling well, I didn't see him and I knew something was wrong. So I called him up. So, but and we have to understand and Kevin and we understand work. Because when you have your own business, it's 24/7, 365. You don't have an off day. You know what I'm saying? So I have to be invested. I'm working on my other book. That is my publisher has been breathing down my neck. As a matter of fact, it should have been published from 2 years ago. And my publisher has been calling me, and I'm like, I need to get to. So I'm working on my other book. I'm working on the magazine. I am a mother, so sometimes you want to pick me and all them kind of things. So it's a lot of stuff.
I'm Georgia. Big up yourself, Georgia. And let me just say again, people. Let me just say again. I would love to do nothing more than lock up them bastards in Jamaica where I hurt the Jamaican people. I would love nothing more to do it, and I would do it for free. And I had a team of people who would come and say, listen, we're going to clean up Jamaica. And so again, I will say to all of the people in naysayers, but particularly to the editor senator, that if I were the police commissioner, and I'm not aspiring for that job any longer, I love where I am right now. But you see this, a signal me I send with the prison strike. And I know me I go to prison. And I'm telling you this, that if me did it, you, Mr. Editor Senator, I would be looking at you on a microscope, because you were at the ministry when Dean Roy Bernard was there. You were at the ministry when Grace McLean was there. You were at the ministry when Ruel Reed was there. And when they were there, monies earmarked for the children did not go to the children. A lot of money earmarked for the children did not go to children. Now, am I accusing any of them? Are you? No. What I'm saying is that, well, Mr. Reed is in court right now. He's charged. He's presumed innocent until proven guilty. And we know what happened with Dean Roy Bernard and Grace McLean, and the money sent to the Tertiary Commission. We know what happened there. And so I would be looking at you, sir. So you must consider yourself lucky, because if I were there and if there was a scintilla of evidence that you were involved in any of the shenanigans, me would have personally arrest you. Me wouldn't send nobody for you. Me would have come for you. So you can't go and talk up your mouth now, because, nobody now go arrest you right now, and everything is just cool breeze. Everything is just nice and easy.
You need very large bangles, Ratigan.
No, what we do?
For him, you need very large bangles.
Behave this guy.
Maria, bangle not up on head, Maria. Bangle not up on head.
No, we have the ties them. We have the ties, the big ties them. Yeah, them that would I use for him, man. So make him go and talk up him out, and him have some nerve come tell me I'm elder. Me I'm teacher, and him come look for me and tell me must call in on this program. Man, go because we invite you.
No, Ratigan 2 Sundays will meet before that happens. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You'll be then you'll be good. Then they say they must argue with a fool, because they'll beat you down with they'll drag it onto their level and beat with experience. You don't need to do that. Nah.
Him edit the manifesto. They must come around here and talk to us about the manifesto and the water and all of these other problems affecting the people of Jamaica. They must come talk about that. And in fact, when we do it, you remember what Conrad O'Brien tell him when him talk about him threatened lawsuit and him want apology, and Conrad O'Brien tell him, say, even if me live to be 50,000 years old, you will never get an apology from me. So if I live to be 50,000, he will never catch me over this about me a calling. Me I got the mean myself, me a calling for film program. Man, go sit down one side, man.
Road. I'm not knowing place.
You know what it is, Ratigan? You know what it is? They have hyped him up so much. They have hyped him up so much, and that he's new sheriff in town, and he's the most intellectual. And so he has started to believe his own hype. And, no, getting too big for your britches now. Come down to size. Yeah.
And that's literal. That's them too big.
So, hold on. We need to cut the fun and games. We need to cut the fun and games and then really go to fun and games, because it is 2 minutes to the top of the hour, less than. And we need to wrap this up so that we can get started on the fundraising event. People, it's really a fundraising event. Let's come over, have some fun, and raise some funds. All right? So, Rebel, I will leave you to wrap this up.
No, we're wrap it up now. Let me just give Sister Daisy the first word, and then we'll go to Jamaica, and then we just find that.
Well, listen a minute. We have less than a minute.
Thanks for having me on. Thanks for having me on, Ratigan, though shortly, but good to hear. But I'll be back again. Good to see you, Kevin. Good to see you, Jamaica, and everybody in the chat. Much love. I am well, thank you, and thanks for the concern. I appreciate that.
All right,
take care, Maria.
Love for family members in the comment section, and I'm asking Kevin to put up the poster, let them see it. But I love everybody.
Before we start the thing.
Next program.
Listen, people, it's been a pleasure. This is just the tip of the iceberg. We have lots more to talk about. I'm looking at videos. I'm looking at tabs we didn't get to. We will get to them next week, Saturday. But right now, we're going to suspend that and we're going to move on to some fun, some real fun. We'll play some music. Shaka will come in. Him and Kevin are going to do the thing. Prez is supposed to join us. I will be there. So we'll see you on the other side of the hour. Bless up. Now end the stream now, Kevin. All right.